1 second here. Let me just adjust my settings.
I need to double check.
Oh yeah. Okay. I think I'm in.
Yeah, you're in.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I just need to go in and I'm not even sure how it's sounding on the stream itself. I'm trying to check out the volumes and everything, make sure everything's good. Nothing's too overpowering or anything. I just want to turn it down. And then of course, Droid Cam is deciding to not work. Okay, I see you. But you are frozen. Okay, alright. I'm just trying to get this, because I can't hear you. It keeps saying it failed to start camera on your and it's not showing me anything. For some reason. I don't know why. this now and see how it goes. Okay, there you are. Now I see you. Now,
oh, that's an improvement.
Okay, there we go. Now
Starting
we
to
have voice and video.
I just bought a DJI microphone to try out.
Well, well, I'm just using my headphones right now. I got it's a Blue Yeti. Sorry, what were you saying, Sam?
I finally got it working, so.
Good. Let me know when we're live.
Some modifications to this. Alright.
We're about to be, yeah. What's up?
Okay. You need anything for next week?
Next week? No, I'm going to pick up, probably on my way home tonight, I'm going to pick up the stuff that I need. It's like I said, I'm going to get basically one bottle of each oil paint that I need.
Okay.
And then, okay, yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, it'll be probably like 30, 40 bucks. It's not going to be that much money. So.
Come on.
I didn't expect you to
Yeah.
put $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Paper, put them on.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Oh.
And that'll be good. So.
Alright, let's try and transition scenes and see how that goes. There we go. We are live now.
We're live.
We are live, and you are streaming live.
All good.
So we're good there.
Excellent.
This music, the music suddenly decided to want to stop and start constantly.
Yeah, I'll put it next weekend. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Come on. Now, once I finally officially started the stream, everything decided it wanted to go wonky wire on me.
Of course it did.
I can't even get my webcam to connect properly.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it separately from, like, I'm trying to do it separately, so, like, I just put my camera straight into Discord and then stream off of that, and it just does not want to cooperate.
Yeah, of course not.
So, yeah, but... Alright, let's see, we got about 8 people in chat, right, or in... No, we got 4 viewers right now, not 8. I think. Let's see. Go live. Live. Okay. Why is it showing me nothing on the stream? I'm looking at the screen and it's not showing anything. Transition that. Oh, there it goes. Now it goes. Yeah, right when I okay. See. Okay. We are live there now. I wonder if the music in the background is somehow affecting this.
We've got the stream pulled up on our big TV here at the Hyde Park station, and we see everything. Oh, well, now it transitions back to the We'll Be Right Back stream.
Yeah, I did it real quick just to see if that was like it was showing me nothing but gray, but then all of a sudden it showed you right as I literally clicked transition. So
of course,
it should be back on there now.
Yep, we see it.
I might have to just... I don't know. I think the music might be affecting part of it, but I can't confirm or deny. Okay. Yeah, the music just keeps wanting to cut in and out and in and out constantly.
Curious.
I hope it's not from like the Wi-Fi or something.
Sounds like we got a freight train across the river here at Hyde Park.
So, I guess, do you want to tell us a little bit about where you are and exactly what you're doing?
Yeah. So, hey folks, I'm Dennis, or N-Scale Train Boy. I'm one of the kind of heads of the community here at the Model Train People, and right now I am hanging out at the Hyde Park train station in Hyde Park, New York. It's a former New York Central Railroad station right on the Hudson River. And we are here today at the Hyde Park station for the Hudson Valley Railroad Society's T-Track meet. So we do a T-Track meet a few times a year, and this is our spring meet, winter/spring meet. So I am setting up my big long Amtrak train right now, which you can kind of see on the yard there. Yeah, we're just hanging out, having fun, running trains. Yeah, can't beat it.
That soldier in the background looks really entertained in all of this.
Oh, well, I'll give me 1 second. I've got a couple more cars to add to the train, and then I will show you Mr. Gulliver over there.
Alrighty. I just backed the screen with camera mount. Lovely.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're off to a little bit of a rocky start with this one, but we're hanging in there as best we
Yeah, we'll make it work.
I'm hoping all the bulletins and everything are working in this. Yeah, I'm trying to turn the music down a bit. I might have to. The music setting is just so temperamental. I can't. It's like it's either too loud or it's muted. But given how much difficulty we're having with that, I may just end up cutting the music out altogether, as annoying that may be, and then just hope that some people can provide their own music or something. But, yeah. So, anyway. Alright, Scott, how is that sounding? I know you commented on the music. Is that sounding any better?
There we go.
I'm hoping it is. But given that the music is... Yeah, the music is just cutting in and out and in and out. I think I'm just... It was a good try, but I'm just gonna close it out real quick, and we'll try the music another time and see if it decides to work.
Yeah, we can try it later.
Yep. So another nice thing is we already have at least two donations. Yes, we have two donations and two $50 donations already. So we're already $100 in. We have
Excellent.
Lee Nevo. And then, of course, our very first donation we actually had with all this was from the local Loco Model Railroad Club right here in Evansville, Indiana. They donated $50 as well. So thank you to both of you for your donations. We really, really appreciate it.
No, it's having issues.
Yeah, I guess if something pops up on the screen and it just suddenly starts to show that it's not working, just let me know.
Yeah, keep going back and forth between that gray screen.
Well,
I wonder if it's picking up you talking on Discord maybe, and it's bringing that up.
No, I know what it is. If I accidentally minimize Discord, the screen suddenly goes gray for some reason.
That would do it.
Now, if I open up another window on top of Discord, does that do anything? No, it does not. At least I don't think it does. We'll see.
Where did
Nope, and there it goes now.
Okay. Watch the TV now. Watch the TV.
Why is it...
Give it a couple minutes.
we got something gray up on the screen again.
So, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm probably just gonna have to stay.
Okay, now what?
Stay in Discord.
Yeah, which will make it. That'll make it a little difficult.
No.
Close that real quick.
Let's try it again. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Keep saying it.
We're figuring out some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no more.
I mean, this is my first time posting one of these live stream things. I tried one time before and we had our own issues, but this time I'm trying to present other people's stuff, and it's basically just not wanting to work for whatever reason.
Yeah, in a little, maybe later this afternoon, I might be able to take over the stream for a little while, and we'll see.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, that way you can spend some time trying to figure some things out on the back end. But...
I mean, we have our second live stream going live at 9 p.m. So we may try to. I may have you take over the 9 p.m.
The night
segment,
shift.
and take over the night shift on that, and then we'll go from there. Because we got it divided into 3 segments, and ironically, that's also the segment where the daylight savings time shift happens.
Yep.
So yeah. Arctic Hill Station asks, Watching from up in Toronto. Did you say you are in Hyde Park? I have relatives there.
Hyde Park, Hyde Park,
No,
NY.
Hyde Park, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Correct, as in the home of former U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Ah, okay, so that's where the history comes in. Oh, hey, I see the little, I've seen that module in the background before. Is that the, what's the name of the, Christmas story scene?
Yes, it is. We'll
Okay.
get to that in a minute. But
I've
we're
seen
going to
that
go ahead and
module
walk
before.
around. Yeah, we're going to walk around our layout here in a minute. Oops, let me not knock our friend in the head here with my tripod legs.
Of course.
Here, actually, we'll just do this. There we go. Hey, Peter. By the way, folks, this is Peter Canning. He is the president of the Hudson Valley Railroad Society and our fearless leader.
And thanks for everybody for tuning in today. And enjoy the trains.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
All right, so these modules here were done by, well, this module here in the yard was done by our friend Steve. These two here were done by a friend named Peter Bach. This corner is Steve's, and then we're going to continue around. We've got Gulliver's Travels in 21st Century by Henry Kramer, local NMRA president.
I like that one. That
So,
one is really cool.
We've got Gulliver and Lilliput.
I
Got the sign right there. Welcome to Lilliput.
I love modules like this because they just really show the imagination and the ability to take like pop culture stuff and fit them in. And some of the imagination on some of these modules goes absolutely far away. And it's part of why I also like that Christmas story module that's behind you. When I went to the Indianapolis train show,
jump to that now.
Yeah, when I went to the Indianapolis show, somebody had made a double T-track module that was literally the Bates Motel scene.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Hitchcock's movie. But the coolest
is it the black and white one?
It was black and white.
I've seen that module.
Yeah, all the grass, all the trees, the buildings, everything. It was all monochrome, and I'm like, that is genius. So some of the imagination of some of these is great. I love how it looks. Like, you got the leg lamp, you got the wreath, you've even got a Lionel train controller,
and
the BB gun.
You got a Lionel controller. You got your bottle of Ovaltine.
Yeah, like, it's just.
Yeah, this is Peter's module. He did a great job of it.
Like, it's like, it shows that model trains don't have to be serious. You can have fun with them too.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, this module here in praise of minimalism.
I
we got
like the use of the Lionel ornaments.
Friend Tom's module here. Yes, because they are just about end scale. So.
Yes.
Or end gauge anyway. This is my friend Tom's first module, actually. We've got a little, a couple trucks loading stuff into out of the station there.
Very nice.
Then we get all of my modules. This is my first T-track module. This is my apple orchard. Yeah. And then moving on down the line, we have all 7. Something like that. And then we have all 7 feet of my Hopewell Junction, New York module. So this is the Hopewell Depot. Moving down the line, we have the Beacon branch off of the New Haven to Maybrook line and Route 82 coming up over the tracks. And then these other 2 modules here are going to be Brydane Lumber, which actually, thanks to my friend Don, I have some pictures here.
Very nice.
Of Brydane in the late 30s. So it's kind of what it's going to look like. Moving down the line here, we have a module by a young friend here, Payton. It was his first module that he built and actually took first place in our Hudson Valley Railroad Society T-Track competition back in the fall.
Well, congratulations to him. It's a nice module, especially if it's his very
It
first
really
one.
is. Yeah, him and his dad worked on it together, and it came out really nice.
Yes, it did. I love the rocks and everything on that.
Oh yeah. And we've got a little pond scene here, making a good use of the fact that T-Track doesn't necessarily have to be all N scale.
Right.
You kind of use it as a way to set up a diorama.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people where they make it look like the N scale, like in the and kind of in a way the Lilliput module, and also with the Christmas Story module. It's designed to make the N scale trains look like toy trains.
Yeah. So we got a little Halloween module here done by some local scouts.
Okay.
We've got another module that Caden did. A little rainbow tunnel and some lovely colored flora in the background.
Very nice.
And we're going to keep coming around. We've got another one of Steve's corners, and then a blank corner here.
Gotta love the
We've
Plago
got,
Pacific.
oh yeah, you've got a lovely little sunset motel scene here
Very nice.
with culvert under the tracks and everything.
Nice. Ooh,
We've got
maze.
Don's pumpkin patch.
And hedge maze. I love that hedge maze. That
Oh
is
yeah,
cool.
very fun.
Yes.
We've got another one of Don's modules. It's a nice little house with a bridge going over the tracks.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have one more of Steve's module. It's a nice double-length module with a siding, a little grain elevator, and some signals. And then that brings us back around to the yard modules.
Very nice.
So right now we've got Tom's New York Central Freight running. Nice, like 20-car freight, something like that. Got a FA leading in H1644. And then on the yellow line, we've got my now 22-car Amtrak Rainbow Era train, pulled by a single SDP-40F.
Very nice.
It's a combination of the Kato Southwest Limited set, the Kato Rainbow Era 8-car set, a 4-car corrugated passenger set that I repainted from Pennsylvania to Penn Central, and then a Concours and a Rivarossi coach at the rear that I just recently picked up.
Very nice. Very, very nice. I think I missed
22
the other
cars.
somehow I think I missed the other modules that were in that left corner there outside of the yard.
These ones?
Yes, I believe somehow I missed them.
Oh, well, this was done by Steve. It's like the first module we showed, so that might have been why you missed it. But
Yeah,
it's a nice, tunnel with a bridge going over a creek, all in lovely fall foliage.
Yeah, all right. And it's not happening. Yeah.
I have a feeling
So
the
they-
stream is jumping around a lot. Just looking at it from my perspective, because I'm trying to watch it on a mobile phone, and it just seems
Just to have a-
jumping around.
Yep.
But if that is the case, it's a little disappointing, but we're trying our best.
Yep. We'll get it down over time.
I am wondering.
We got
though,
24 hours to get it right.
I am wondering if part of it is the fact that Discord is taking up some of the bandwidth, and maybe we need to try something like Zoom. If that is the case later on, I may actually try and switch over to Zoom for the streaming and everything, and we'll go from there. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of saving that off for a minute. Ooh, I love the double New
Yep.
York Central cabooses.
Yep, bay window and a cupola. And here comes the SDP-40F with all 22 Amtrak cars.
How realistic is that train in that length?
I mean, it's kind of a foobie. I do eventually want to. I want to get an E8 and then maybe another SDP-40F as well.
Okay.
And then I need to figure out what would be a good consist for it, because about 2/3 of the cars on this train are sleepers, and they're just kind of spread throughout. They're not really. It's not a really a good consist makeup.
Okay.
I haven't had time to work that out yet.
All right. I noticed a good number of those modules are from Klondike's, our good friends over there.
Yes, indeed. All of my modules are from Sean at Klondike. And then a good number of the rest of them are because he said he's very, very willing to help out groups that are trying to promote the hobby. And so when we do our annual T-Track competition, he provides us with a bulk rate to order some modules. So you can see right there, there's our stack of pre-built modules for people who want to buy them.
Oh, very nice.
That way they can just get started right on building the scenery.
Yeah. Why is that one blue piece of tape or whatever there? Is that just to make sure people don't accidentally cross over?
Well, it's partially that, and partially I had this module set up at the Rochester RPM a couple of weeks back, and we kept having issues where some at random unreproducible points, the wheels would hit the rail of the crossover and cause a short.
Okay. Oh, you got a car derailed.
And it's not anymore. The lovely thing about frogs.
Yes. If they derail, they re-rail.
So we got we got a pair of freights. We got a northbound and a southbound across the river right now.
Oh, lovely.
I'm gonna quickly bring us over to the window here. I'll just stand right here. Across the river there, we got the CSX West Shore. We got it's the river subdivision on CSX. We got a northbound and a southbound stack train right now.
Oh yeah, I can kind of see
Passing.
them through the trees.
Yeah, it's way off in the distance there.
Yeah, it's interesting that you have snow on the ground still, because where I am, it's been pretty much in the 70s for the past week.
Yeah.
60s and 70s.
There we go. I think I've zoomed it. Can you see better now?
Yeah, a little bit. You can kind of make them out through the trees, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's exciting to show up there.
While we're here, I'm going to give you a quick walk around of the Hyde Park train station. So right in front of us here is actually the Amtrak Empire Corridor. So we get Amtrak trains going to and from Albany and New York City, going by right here.
Okay.
No trains stop here anymore. The last train came through here in Hyde Park, I believe, in 1954, when New York Central went ahead and discontinued passenger service to Hyde Park. But there you go. So there's a picture of the old station, the original station that was built in the 1880s. And it was taken down in 1913 when this current building was built.
Okay. Yeah. And then this one has just survived ever since.
It sure has. So this is, it was the waiting room when the station was in use. It's now kind of just our general purpose room. So that's where we've got all of our T-Track modules set up right now. And we run events here in the station from time to time and do things there.
Alrighty.
This here is the ticket booth. We've got some friends hanging out in here. We've got some fun props in there: a telegraph machine, a Morse code machine, and I was right the first time, telegraph. And then we have a phone with FDR's State of Infamy speech playing, like an old style phone.
Nice.
Here we've got a little N scale layout that's we have set up for continuous running. It was actually in Great Model Railroads 2000. It is based on the New York, Ontario, and Western's Kingston branch.
Oh, cool. I love that little N-scale camelback.
Yes, that is a model. It's a scratch-built model in the kit bash model from the 1980s.
Oh, wow.
Of O&W Camelback.
I would love
and
to know
the turntable.
I would love to know how people were able. You said kit bash or scratch belt?
Kit bashed.
Kit bash.
I believe it's an Atlas Connie. That's my guess is they literally took the cab off, cut the boiler in half, spliced the cab in, and then added a cab roof off the other and a boiler head off of another locomotive to give you the idea, and then you added a bunch of parts.
Yeah, that rear cab reminds me of the cabs that were on the Bachmann 282s.
Could be.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, that is an old Blue Gear Atlas 280.
Okay.
The guy who built this also did a lot of custom paint work. He custom painted this lifelike SW9 for the O&W.
Very nice.
Beautifully done.
O&W paint scheme.
Oh yeah. And this is, some of these scratch built, some of these kit bash, some of these kit built models of structures in Kingston. This whole layout was designed to bring to schools and show kids basically the process of creating cement. So you have the limestone mines, which are up in the Adirondacks above Kingston, and they would load it up onto the hopper cars and bring them down to Kingston Cement, where they would pulverize them into cement powder and then send them out to mix with aggregates, turn into concrete.
Very nice. Yeah, so I just checked, and we do have good volume and audio and everything, but for whatever reason,
the video
is jumping. It's like a slideshow almost. Oh, okay,
that's unfortunate.
Cool.
Yes, we just have this. This was actually a scratch-built trestle, beautifully done, and it was donated in the guy's honor to be preserved. And we just got Toby up top running back and forth.
Very, very nice.
And we have our N-track modules. We've got two N-track modules here, representing Hyde Park in the 1940s. So we've got all 4 tracks. We've got the duck under to get people across to the southbound tracks, because these 2 tracks would be northbound, these 2 tracks would be southbound, and this is the house track.
Okay.
So here's our model of the Hyde Park station. This is our model of the freight house, the coal yard. There would have been a little stock yard right around here to corral animals, to load them on the train. So very nicely done.
Yes.
And we have these always going on the we have these always going at always up at the Poughkeepsie train show.
Okay.
We've got some nice displays up here. We have a a Lionel Hudson here, number 773, which I think this model was actually built in the 80s, I think. But and then a couple of Pullmans, and then up top we have actually a very nice standard gauge Lionel Commodore Vanderbilt.
Ooh, very nice.
With a couple of standard gauge coaches to go with it. It's interesting how this thing weighs like 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's interesting how they managed to combine, like, it still kind of looks like the tin plate style, but it's clearly a little more modernized and more
it's got a little bit more detail.
Yes.
A little bit more fidelity.
More hyper-realistic, I believe it is, or is it just...
Yeah, a little more fidelity.
Realistic. Something like that.
We've got a little Christmas layout here.
Very nice. I see a Conrail high hood Alco.
Actually, it is a Fairbanks Morris. That's one of the H10s.
Okay. Well, when it comes down to
It's an
those ones in
old-
M scale, it's a little hard to tell.
It's an old Trix model.
Okay. Very nice.
And then we've got a Bachman trolley doing figure eights up top,
Of course. As one does.
as one does. We've got some nice display cases, some G-gauge stuff. One of the showing off the inside of one of those standard gauge coaches that came with the Commodore Vanderbilt.
Very nice.
And then a nice display case with a bunch of New York Central models, an O&W model in there. Some nice stuff.
Okay.
We've also got locomotive bell here,
You know, happen to know
a
what
signal
engine that
relay.
came off of?
Unfortunately not. Someone might, but I do not. And then over here we have our steam engine.
Yes, Scott, we're aware of that issue. We're trying to figure out what we can do for that. It's something on my end of taking it from here and then sending it back to YouTube. Not sure exactly what.
And then I'll give you a quick peek upstairs here before going back down to the T-track layout. This is our Hudson Valley Railroad Society's HO layout. Loosely representing Poughkeepsie and the Hudson Valley.
Okay.
But
You said that's HO scale?
This is HO scale, yes.
All right.
got watchers?
We got a few.
Good.
We've got a cab camera and an ABA EMD lash up. So we're about to be going into the tunnel here.
Camera trains. I love those.
Yep.
Your train?
Now continue around.
That one too?
Yeah.
There is Poughkeepsie. We got the Poughkeepsie train station right here. So
So you're trying to stay from that.
very nice. Very nice model. It's a lot of fun to, and as you can see over here, we are doing some work. We're working on adding an actual functional yard. We're going to add in a second track up here. That way we have trains that run the full length or most of the length of the layout up front instead of being back behind parts of the layout or underneath. So
Very nice.
Who's going?
always working.
Yes.
But I highly recommend if anyone's ever in the area, if you're available on a Thursday night in the area, we are always open Thursday nights. And otherwise, if you are a member of our community, feel free to reach out to me if you ever find yourself in the area. And if I'm free, I am more than happy to bring you out here.
Yes. All right.
All right, let's put the camera back on the tripod here and do some train watching.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, I'm going to try and see if I can figure out what might be causing this latency. Because Scott's saying
good catch,
it's one
Sean.
frame about every 10 seconds and I'm looking at it and it's probably about that same.
Oh boy.
So, yeah.
All right. I have a couple of ideas as to things that might help you out, but I would need to be sitting at my computer to do that. So we might just need to deal with this for a little while, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. I also am noticing in our previous voice channel, for some reason, it's still showing me in there as well. But
Fascinating.
I'm a little worried about trying to step away from this. I can't change the screen, otherwise we'll lose the stream in a way. But
Yep.
I might want to just do that real quick, just so that I can make sure that I'm
You're not using excess internet or something? Yeah.
yeah. So I'll do that real quick and
Throw up the be right back screen or something.
Yep. go to the BRB,
Come
and then go back into Discord, go back into here. Come on, cancel. Okay, cancel. There we go for that. Back to live showcase. Alright, back. Right, in time for the Amtrak train, assuming that does anything. Close that right now as well. Close another windows. I probably don't need this window open either. I don't think if I'm using OBS, and OBS seems to be handling that for me, so I probably don't even need the browser open for the channel dashboard for the YouTube channel, so I can close that.
Yes, yeah, you shouldn't need that open. Yeah, I try and close, whenever I'm using OBS, I try and close as much excess processes on my computer as I can.
Yeah, so, okay, close that one. That's weird, okay. I opened a second instance of OBS trying to see if that would help, and now it's suddenly, like, frozen, and it doesn't want to... Okay, let's see. What do I have here? It doesn't want to seem to close out for some reason, so we'll see how this goes.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Let's see if that does anything to help at all. If not, I might have to try and see what else I can do. I hope that this thunderstorm that we have going through isn't part of the effect in that.
Oh boy, yeah.
And then I'm also trying to just make sure that our Wi-Fi is as reduced as possible, because this computer that I'm streaming off of just does not want to, it just doesn't want to use a wired connection for whatever reason. So I'm just trying to see whatever I can do. Okay. Yeah, we may need your assistance a little bit later on if we start having too many issues and whatnot.
Yeah, I might be able to, at the very least for a little while, take over
I may actually,
this stream without changing things over.
Yeah, I may actually try and start the second segment a little early, just because, like, as soon as you're ready, almost as soon as you're ready, as long as we're just making sure that it's cleared up in time.
Yep.
Okay. While that's going on, I'm going to go in and see if I can set up a Zoom straight from my phone, and we can just use it as... if I can just use it for the rest of the stream, and see if that does anything with the latency. But I'll have to get an actual count. An actual paid account, because if I don't get a paid account, then it'll only give me like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
The Pacific Big Boy out of Pennsylvania this year.
Recording, access productivity, apps, and more.
That's fine. And that much power is controlled by a single one to give them a base to make that, I mean, the five and so, but even though it's the same, all of them is controlled. Yes, he's got it. Theoretically, the machine of that size, not this one, the single thing base. Think about that.
It's definitely on my end, and the signal that it's sending out, I am noticing that. So that's
Yeah,
that's gonna be a problem.
when I get home later, I've got a couple of ideas for settings you might be able to adjust to improve that by sending sending not quite as high resolution of a video, but
Right.
better frame rate.
Actually, let me switch into OBS. I might actually. I'm almost afraid of saying that I might have to close OBS because now that, like I said, that second instance of OBS is still stuck
Stuck open.
open, and it won't show close down.
Make sure that camera isn't,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know that.
Let me go into the settings.
Amtrak.
Oh, nice. Hey,
Amtrak Empire Service?
Heritage unit.
No, actually, that is the typical units on the Amtrak Empire corridor.
Oh, they don't count as heritage units anymore?
No, all of the Empire corridor units are in the modified phase 3. So
Okay.
it's like 20 units or something like that. I see them all the time.
Okay.
That's 10 minutes or so.
Hmm.
But, the kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Great to use to run around. Oh, yeah.
It's set up right here.
I know for a fact I have not had a Zoom. I'm pretty sure I haven't had. Okay. Oh. $16.99 a month for Zoom. Hey, that's advertising, I guess.
I haven't seen it. Like it. Feeling sorry. I'm feeling this is greatly like it. Not more. Well, most of this products that I had later on, I had a really great thing that was week ago. So I was first really to but how is the series itself and built up a particular stall insulation, just back to the material and change the needle covered it, yes. Feel like I don't really
And then we'll wrap things up here on, just hanging out over here on Steve's module.
Alright.
So I got about 5 minutes here. We got to start taking everything down here, so I will have to hop off at that time.
Okay, yeah, and then we'll try and figure out
Hopefully we'll be able to
fix
figure
this
out.
anyway. 'Cause we are aware of the issues, and we are trying to get this to fix. So please bear with us. I know you guys can hear us, but we apologize for this. This isn't how we wanted to do things. So
Here comes Amtrak.
But yeah, it's
I have one more pass of trains, and then I think we will wrap it up here for my first segment.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll try and get everything fixed in the meantime.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, folks, but we're trying our best here. It's always a learning process when someone new's trying to take over things. So we are doing what we can, and we'll get it figured out. Like I said, we got 23 more hours to figure this out, so we'll get it by the end for sure.
Yeah, it's just we might have to restart a couple of the live streams. So,
Yeah.
if you are listening to this and able to hear me right now, I would highly recommend subscribing to our YouTube channel and just keep it updated for notifications so that if and when we have to start a new live stream, you get the notification, or you get it at least pops up in your feed. And then, of course, don't forget to go to the GoFundMe where we are raising the money, and we will see how all of this goes from there.
Yes, as a reminder for folks who maybe have joined since we got started here, we are, the reason we're streaming for 24 hours straight here this weekend is we are raising money for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. We're raising money for a good cause. It's the GoFundMe QR code in the top corner. Help us out in helping some kids out.
Yep, absolutely. We know how much kids like trains.
Yeah, we do.
If it wasn't for kids liking trains, we wouldn't be here. So.
Exactly. All right, so I'll give you one last walk around the layout here, and then I'm gonna hop off. So I will be back on later this evening doing some weathering. And kind of acting as host probably for a while as well. But I hope you guys all have a great afternoon. Hope you have enjoyed spending time here at the Hyde Park train station and at the Hudson Valley Railroad Society's T-Track meet. And I will see you folks all later.
Alrighty. Thank you very much, Dennis. So we'll be going to our
My pleasure.
We'll be right back screen and go from there.
That was good.
Alrighty.
See you around.
Talk to you folks soon. Okay, we're kind of back here, I hope. I'm gonna transition over here and just try this off of my regular camera. Alright, so close that out. Let's close out Discord completely. That's about that. Okay, so let's see how that goes, if that does anything at all. Okay. I'm gonna be working here on this laptop and just see where things go. If that does anything at all. Because we're no longer on Discord. I've just got my webcam up here. So let's see where we are with that and how that loads up. Watch on my phone to see what happens. Okay. Once again, I apologize for all these delays that we're dealing with. I don't understand why this is happening at all. Alright, so that's actually a little bit better. If I'm looking at it. So that's a little bit better. So yeah, it might be just Discord is overloading the system. Mayhaps. But if I can't get the camera to connect to Discord itself. Tatted Rail fan. Oh, hey. Hi. Yeah, sorry. We're trying to I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this stream and why it's suddenly deciding to not want to work for me. I'm finally moving a bit. Okay. I've got my little laptop right here where I'm going over a few things. Yeah. So once again, I apologize for everything. So, and oh yeah, Josh, hey, welcome again. So right now I'm trying to play just recovery mode because that first hour segment unfortunately did not do very well at all. So I'm trying to think. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff. So right now, this is kind of more of a test. And it's kind of a good thing that we don't have too many presenters today. So yeah, but as you can see up right here, we have our QR code for our fundraiser for Payton Manning's Children's Hospital. So if you are able to donate to that cause, please feel free to scan that or go down into the description and click the link and donate to our GoFundMe. Because it will, hopefully things will get better as we go on. Let's see where things go. Okay, let me close this out real quick. Let's see. Okay, so. Oh, no problem. No problem, William. It was good to see you in here, and hopefully if you come in later, we'll have stuff going, and also I'll be, assuming everything goes normally, I'll be definitely streaming the majority of tomorrow morning for this. So we will see how this goes. Close that out. I don't need Steam running. Okay. So, trying to just figure out a few things. I'm wondering what else I might be able to do to fix a few things. Okay, so there's that. I need to figure some things out. Alright, so yeah. So we'll see how we go from here and what all happens. I may have to do one or two test streams at another point on here. So just, yeah, subscribe to the channel so that you get those notifications when they come up. And we'll see how things go. I'm actually going to try just one thing and just see what happens with it. And we'll go from there. So here goes with a test of everything. Just see how this does. Did it freeze yet? No. No, yes, no. Did it freeze yet? I'm watching my phone just to see. Oh, my head's still bobbing and weaving. Let's see here. Okay. Alright, so I've got Discord back open just to see if that starts to do anything. Just wondering. Trying to run some ideas and just trying to see what happens. Okay. Because I was also trying to have some music playing in the background, and then that music decided it just wanted to jump all over the place and didn't want to play nicely. So we will see. Not sure if I've lost a little bit of frame rate or not. I wish there was a way I could definitely tell what is and isn't going on with the stream. It's just, this is so frustrating. And it's embarrassing too, because I'm trying to do this, and I've thought I've gotten everything set up, and all this happens. So, come on. I gotta figure something out. Yeah, Discord, I'm starting to notice more of a lag. Yeah. For all I know, it could just be with this computer itself. Dropped frames. Okay. Showing just like okay, it shows some of that stuff details down here at the bottom, but I'm not seeing anything. I don't get this. Not doing too much there. Okay. Oh, pardon that. Okay. Say that's good. I just don't understand why once I try to go switch over to that, it decides it doesn't want to. That's the main problem I'm having. And remove that. I try one more thing, just see what this does now. So open up my browser again and see where that goes, if that starts to do anything. Alright, let's see. Okay. So for now, we're good. We're good for now. Alright, I am going to start this music back up and I'm going to see if that does anything at all. Okay, we're quality 144. Okay. If the music gets too loud, let me know and I can adjust it. Yeah, that's a little loud already. Okay. Okay. Problem is okay. Let me bring that down right there because it's also loud in my ears. And just see where that goes. Alright, let's see how that... Oops. Okay, I'm gonna try and do a couple things real quick. So I need to move my camera over to this side over here. So that'll take a very quick minute. So I'm gonna transition this over real quick, move the camera, make sure everything's good to go there, and then we will try something just to see how this goes. Alright, and I'll mute myself. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Alright, let's see. Think I need to angle it a little bit more. It seems like it's tilted one way or the other. I don't know. But yeah, as you see, this is a mess of a workbench right now, so I need to clean it up a little bit. I've got some cars here that I want to work on. And then I've also got a workbench project for a buddy of mine that needs to be done too. If those of you who were part of my previous stream attempt not too long ago, you may recognize this, and it's been modified a little bit since then. But this is the turntable I had been working on a previous stream at one point. And I'm going to see if I can finish this up for my buddy Bill. Move that out of the way. Okay, so still need to figure out what glue I want to use for this. Now, let's see if the stream has updated yet. No. There's a bit of a... Okay, so there's that. Okay, let's see how the stream is going. Looks like it's going good for so far. Gotta listen into myself. Yes, okay, that's good for now. I'll keep that right there for now. And we'll go from there and see what happens. Whoops, that just fell. Oh well. But I may just set this aside and work on this a little bit later, just because I need to talk to my buddy and see exactly what he wants me to do with this, and I do not know exactly what he wants me to do 100%, so I may wait off on that and do something else. Alright, I want to do a couple of things. I've got this pack of roller bearing micro trains trucks, and I have a group of freight cars here that I want to do some modifications to make them work better for me so that I can actually use them. I've also got a couple of kits here as well that I may or may not do something with. We will see. Frustrating part is, like, a lot of these are roller bearings, but they have the little box couplers that N-Scale is so famous for. And while they are roller bearing trucks, I do not possess the ability to update the couplers without updating the trucks as well. Okay, so I've got this. Alright, so I'm gonna open this real quick. Put that there. One car in particular that I'm interested in working on is this one. And if you don't recognize this car, no worries on that. This car in particular, let me switch back over here so I can make sure I can see what I'm doing too. So this car here is from a load, I believe it was off of a Reader's Digest. and it was part of a set of locomotives and cars that were made mainly to be display, but ironically they were made to N scale. There was a Southern Pacific GP35, there was a tank car, there was a piggyback flat car, there was a European lumber flat car, there was this Rio Grande hopper, there was a caboose, I believe there was also a gondola, and there was also a pack of Alaska Railroad pieces, which was an Alaska Railroad GP35 and a caboose. Well, one main issue with these, and since this popped off, I can kind of show, these couplers, as you can see, do not move at all. These are very, very rigid cars, and I was actually amazed that this Rio Grande hopper in and of itself was actually able to have the wheels turn a little bit better than some of the other pieces of equipment that I had. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to attempt and see if I can attach Microtrain's trucks to this car and have them still be functional. Which already I'm starting to think it's going to be a little more difficult, but we will see with this. So this car, if I know I have another one somewhere. I have another of these little I believe these are called PS2 two-bay hoppers. But I have another one, and it has a few more major details, but when you get down to N scale, which is 1 to 160, like a foot is reduced to less than 2 millimeters. And so unless you're being a super, super picky person that wants to go all in on details and whatnot, it's not going to be too much. It's not like you can't really get too upset about it. As I'm looking at this, let me see something. Oh, that would put the coupler right there. Which I have one car somewhere here that still has its this one. So you can see where, okay, so it's lined up right there. Come on. You can kind of see where the coupler would line up with these cars. So, and then I've also got, fortunately, I have a couple of pieces from some other stuff, including a couple of screws and some washers. And I'm gonna see if these will work at all. I might need a washer for spacing. And then this screw. Come on. I need my tweezers. Come on. Come on. Just wanna be first and foremost if this might actually work. If it doesn't work, I'll just move on, but this is a project idea that I've had for a while. Okay, so that works there. I'll need a micro Phillips. Do I have a micro Phillips? And of course, I'll also need a washer. Just to give it that little extra spacing, because I think these two little bracket pieces right here, here and here, are adding to this a little bit. Let's see here. Which one is the micro Phillips? Not that one, not that one. No, 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 no. Might be that one. If not, I've got one other set of screws that I can try, and I can also do it one other way. Let's see here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try and... Okay, spring's still good. Alright. I'm gonna try and just see. I'm almost thinking that the shank length might be a little difficult, but we'll see. I'm gonna do this and test out. I am applying a little bit of pressure to this screw just because I don't want it to the head to pop out. Like I can already hear it doing. But basically, I'm just trying to drill into this car. Give it a little bit of flex. Oops, hello. And that actually pushed something out. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. I think I may have encountered a minor problem. Please tell me that did not just push out because of the screw. See where that is. I hope that didn't just do that. Oh, there's another screw in here. Might just do this. So these cars were very, very, very bulky. Like, you don't even need, on these cars in particular, you don't even need to add weight to them or anything. That's how bulky they are. That screw. Let's see if I can get this to come out. I can tell that that screw is out completely now. Let's see if there it goes. Okay. Let's see here. So you can see the bulkhead of the cars and whatnot. Where does that go? Okay, that goes into there. So that goes into there. Okay. It only goes down so far. I'm curious about this. I'm curious just to see how far does it actually go down before I'll use another screw. I'm curious to see how far it actually goes down before I start to hit some resistance. Let's see. Why didn't I think of this? Just take a screw and just put it up there and just see. Okay, so that actually goes pretty deep in. So the point of the screw would start sticking up to there. That's not too bad. If I needed to, I could probably just put a what is it? I can't even think of the word. Probably just start to drill in if I need to. I know I've got some mini drill set somewhere in here. gonna go back and forth, kind of like a tap and die set. Don't want to go all the way in, just part way. Just kind of tap that hole out. Thankfully, these are kind of self-threading screws, so that should make it easier in theory. Okay, so now that I've done that, let me try and put these both back in here. And put the screw back in, line it up with the hole. Come on. Okay, there we go. Alright, and just make sure that it can. That's not a lot of motion. That's not a lot of motion at all. Okay, so the coupler box is actually hitting those brackets there. Okay, so that answers one thing. I may have to do some trimming to those brackets then. Or I just try to add another washer or two and push them down, but I don't think I want to do that. This is going to take a little more thinking than I planned. I wish I could just cut these very trim, but well, I think I will set this off to the side for a minute and just work on this in a minute later, just because I want to keep going on a few other things as well. But come on, washer. But yeah. As you can see, some of these, they take a little more time to think about and work on, but that's part of this hobby. You test out what works, test out what doesn't, and then it goes from there. Okay, good. Alright, so got a couple of other cars here that have square couplers. That goes up there too. Probably don't need this either anymore. Always keep cleaning up as you go. Okay, so as I was saying, I have a couple of these cars here, and I'm definitely in need of more. Definitely in need of more Canadian National and Milwaukee Road freight cars in my sets, in my collections and whatnot. I've also got a few, obviously you can see some DTI and DTSL cars. Oh, Will, you are back. Alright, well, I'll keep that in mind. So he's back. That wages. Okay. And then just a couple of other random cars from other random railroads and whatnot. And I've also got this GTW caboose here. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take a bunch of these cars and be modifying them by swapping out the trucks. So I won't be having these box trucks, and I'll instead be having these micro trains trucks. And this is a relatively straightforward thing for the majority of these cars. Come on, close up. So, okay. But yeah, I need more Milwaukee Road, I need more Canadian National cars. These two cars are pretty much identical. These are sister cars. And then you can kind of see that this one is a little bit different because it's got This one actually has the ability to slide door, but then it also has that extra plug door. So, the nice thing about these ones is they're reversible in a way. So one's that has the English spelling of Canadian, and then the other one has the French spelling of Canadian with the EN versus the AN, and you can actually see that between these two. So it's a very, very convenient way of doing things. But both of those cars will be good here. Obviously I've got a DTSL hopper car, DTI hopper car. This caboose, I've got a separate set of couplers specifically for that, and that one's going to take a little more work. Oh yeah, and I've got a couple other cars over here and some bags that I need, especially for the segment that I'm getting ready to build on the T-track layout. This car is good. It already has the couplers and everything on it. Can't remember if I did that or not, when I did that or not, or if it was already like that, but it doesn't really matter. So, we will go. Stream's still good. Yep, good. Alright, now a couple of these cars also, you'll notice, at least this one anyway, has this gunmetal or pot metal underside. So what I'm probably going to end up doing with this one is I'm going to take a ink marker and modify the underside of it as well, just to make it look nicer and more accurate. Because freight cars don't look like this on the underside. They look more black. So, let me look here. I've got that there. So I've got this acrylic paint marker. So I'll need to shake that up because it's been sitting in the space for a bit, and while I shake this, that gives me a chance to check other things. Alright, so alright, let's see here. So what I'm gonna do, alright, so I'm gonna put some ink down on here. Just dab some ink around. Then I go in with this. Actually, I am way down in the bottom. I should probably be more centered up here so you can actually see what I'm doing. That would help out a lot. So I'm going to take this paintbrush. I'm just going to go in here and I'm just going to spread all that ink paint around in here. Nice thing that I've learned about this ink pen stuff and brush method is that it does allow for a little bit of streaking on the inside, as you can kind of see. So when you're dealing with parts that are clearly made of metal, it will actually add natural streaking to these cars. You don't need all that much. I just added a little extra just so that I can try and get into that center crevice of the car. And I know people aren't going to really see that too much, but I want to try and just avoid the chances that it will show up. So, come on. Get in there. Get in that crevice. And you can, I don't know if you can see on screen or not how how it's got that little bit of a streaking look, and it doesn't look 100% black. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Hey, Patrick, thank you. Yes, I'm right now, I'm not even doing anything off of Discord. I'm going straight off of my own camera and not relying on any of that stuff. We're not doing collaborations with anyone else right at the moment, and Dennis is cooking up some ideas, so we will see how that goes. But yeah, so we will go and see how things are. So I'm gonna set that off to the side and let that dry. I think that might be one of the only cars. No, I have another one here. Okay, I will do all this painting right now on these two cars. So this is another Grand Trunk Western box car, because of course, when you model the Grand Trunk Western, you have to have Grand Trunk Western box cars. This one too has this little pop metal plate. So I will pop this out. Oh, if it will come out. Come on. I have to take the tweezers in here as well. Come on. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, one of the handrails broke. Whoopsie. Well, that happens with models at times. They break. They don't last forever. But I could probably fix that with brass or something if I decide to. I didn't even realize it was probably already cracked, and then me just handling the car probably just popped it off. So, come on. It's hard. This one's a lot harder to get out than the previous one. I don't know why. I highly doubt it's been glued into place. If it has, whoever I got it from, why would you do that? Where is that? Alright, time to bring out some bigger guns. Bring out an X-Acto knife and just see if that does any help. Just take it along the back end. I think it's just wedged up on the ends of the car. That might just be why. If not, what I may just end up doing is just painting it. I might just end up painting it as is in the car, but if you take it out, it's a lot easier to deal with. Come on. Oh. Come on, good grief. Yeah, this, you know what, I am almost certain that this is glued in here. I'm almost certain of that now. I'm almost certain that this end is glued in. Oh. Yeah, if that's glued in, there's not going to be any way I can take this out. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so my buddy has taken that over. So I'm gonna switch over and do a couple other things. So these two... One thing I've debated is if I should reuse the original pins, which I may do, but some of these don't have the original pins. Now, so let's go on to the two Canadian boxcars here. So these ones, one of them already has micro trains, and fortunately they are roller bearing, but they're missing the wheels. I happen to have a whole bunch of wheels right here from older transitioned sets. Got some metal wheels right in here. I want to see if I can get these metal wheels to fit on these micro trains trucks. If not, then okay. Hey! I apologize. Happy Valley Hobbies. Hey, happy to get here. Okay, Patrick. We're trying to still, I think we're gonna kind of hold off on that for a little bit while I'm trying to figure some things out, with Discord. So we're gonna, I'll let you know. Whoops, and I just dropped it. Great. Great, I got wheel sets rolling across the floor and I have no idea where they went. Oh, there it is. Yay! Found it. Whoopsie. It happens. Alright. So I've got a couple of these in here. Let's see. Come on. And the music stopped. Oh, nope, and it starts to back up again. Okay. I think. Oh, it was just tight? Okay, perfect. Yay. Alright, so that's done. Yay. But I've already moved on to another project, so let's keep going here. Alright, let's see here. If you want, Patrick, you can at least join our Discord server. I'm not sure if you're in there or not already. But if you or anyone is interested in joining our Discord server, just go down into the description. Well, I'm trying to look at chat, but I'm also doing my work at the same time. Because I can't, my desk, so I'm sitting right here. My desk goes this way, but then I have the computer portion of the desk going this way. So the computer is over here, workbench is over here, and I'm here swiveling back and forth. But yes, I am looking at the chat. It's just kind of, I've got another phone right here that I'm just looking at, and this is also very delayed too. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so these wheel sets are rather tight. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try this one instead, just see what this one does. If these don't work, then I might just switch over to a different set. Come on. Okay. Alright. So that one works. Let's try this one. Alright, popped out. Come on. Rest of the way out, please. Thank you. And just kind of pop that one in here. Like this, like such. Pop and pop. Okay, now. The only thing I'm concerned about, though, is that these might not roll very well. Like, they'll have a bit of friction in them and everything. So we'll see what happens with that. And I've got a couple of, I think these are plastic ones. Yes, they are. I may or may not use those, but let's see what else I have here. There's another bright colored pair of wheels. I'll use these. Come on. Thank you. Go over and put the other one on here, on this other one. And then I will have a fully metal wheel micro trains coupler set on this boxcar. And it will be ready to go on any train that I want to run. So I want to have nothing against the Atlas cars or anything, or the original plastic wheels or whatnot, but I personally prefer the micro trains trucks and whatnot. I mean, I've been using the box couplers for years, and since I started off in modeling, but I don't know, it's just something about the micro trains trucks that I just like. I may end up coming back in and repainting the outsides of these just to make them look dirty. That's actually an idea for something I might do that tomorrow in the morning chat and everything. So I'm gonna move that back over. But yeah, all right. Let me grab this marker again. Come back in here. Come back in. I think the trick is to just hold it down a little more until I start to really see it seep out. Alright. Okay, now come back in, start spreading this ink back around again. Just make this look nice and black like it's supposed to. Like all the other stuff I have. May have put a little too much ink on here, oh well. I may have gone a little over. But at least I'm making sure that no crevice is left untouched. Yeah, I went a little too heavy on that. Okay. Then let me go get a piece of paper towel, which fortunately I have right over here. And I'll just dab a little of that excess paint off. And that's already looking better. And then just go in and spread back around the rest that I have. Wait. Yeah, I know. I don't know why it is, but that's, yeah, the stream is about 8 minutes behind. So I apologize. I think it had something to do with the latency when Dennis was trying to stream with us earlier, and somehow it just completely pushed the stream back behind. I don't know why it is. I can't really fix it without just starting a new stream. So I apologize for that. Oh, now you're like, oh. You just had to refresh yourself, I guess. I was thinking, here I am trying to give the benefit of the doubt that it's because of all the technical problems I have, and no, it's I'm not even gonna say it out of respect. Oh, you gotta love how technology messes with us. Alright, I'll set that over there. So now I've got 2 boxcars that are ready to go, or boxcar underframes that are ready to go. Alrighty, let's see. Which car do I want to work on next? Oh, hold on. Let me check something real quick as well. I'm wanting to just make sure that I'm keeping track of everything as it is. With all the issues that we were having earlier, I want to make sure I'm good on everything. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. Don't do that. And my computer is being a computer. Okay, I'll go to there. Let me clean up a little bit. I mean, for me, my stream is a little more delayed just because, but I may just try and stop it. Yeah, my stream is a little bit behind in general, but on the device that I'm watching off of. Just check, make sure everything is okay. Alright, so okay, so there's that. I know that in about an hour and 20 minutes, we're gonna have our buddy Gideon from the community be on. Hopefully we'll have some stuff ready. I might want to actually message Dennis and just make sure that he's aware of that. Yes, technology is fantastic until it doesn't work, which today is everything. Okay. So, I guess I'll start just popping trucks off and replacing them because that actually is relatively easy to do. Come on. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, I've got two questions here already. So what kind of rig do I have supporting my camera? This is just a random table mounting flexible tripod type thing, or not even tripod, more of a monopod. Kind of looks like the arm off of the lamp from the Pixar lamp. And it's got a little screw just like what you'd use for a tripod, and it screws into a cell phone mount, which my cell phone is mounted to, and I've got the cell phone hooked here and everything, and then I've got a little press-in lamp that's connected to it that provides all the light that I need, extra light that I need, so that you can see what I'm doing. Because if I turn this light off, yeah, you can tell. Definitely a difference in improvement. So that's where that is right now. And then Happy Valley, you asked, how are we doing on the fundraising? Good question. Let me actually get over there. And let me see. Last I knew, we did have at least $100. Last donation was 3 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we've only raised $100 so far. So only about 10% of that 1,000 right now. Yeah. Right now, yeah. Okay, yeah. So Only 100 and 2 donations of $50, one of which came from my local Loco Model Railroad Club. And yes, it is still about 2 to 3 minutes behind, unfortunately, and there's nothing I don't think there's anything else I can do to fix it because it's delayed on my end too. Okay. Actually, let me do this real quick just so that I know. So I'm just typing now, yes it is. So you just saw me type that in to the chat off of my other profile. So yeah. So when you see me talking about yes it is, that's when I sent that, so you can do a live time on that almost. But alright, let me try and get these trucks off here. There we go. There's pop number 1. Ah, step on my way. There's pop number 2. Okay. Then let's go in here. Where are they? Right here. Something I was also thinking of, because I do have some other brushes and stuff that I can do some stuff with. I'm almost thinking of doing potentially like weathering on these and like doing a little bit of touch-up rust brushing. Because I've got a little weathering set here. Some rust and soot and stuff and such. Some Tamiya weathering master. Might actually try that and just to see how it works. Good. Yeah. Let's try a little bit of this and just see what happens here. I'm just trying a couple of different ideas and just seeing what works. That's actually starting to put a little bit of a highlight on the details. I'm not too sure that I like that. I'm not too sure that I like the fact that it's highlighting it, because if you turn it around here, you're not noticing anything at all on that side, but then you turn it around and all of a sudden I'm noticing that it's like all the detail lines are highlighted. So I don't know. Well, unless I just need to keep brushing that in a little more. We'll see. Like I said, I'm just trying out different things as I feel like it, just because. Oh wait, I bet I know what it is. I still have some snow soot still stuck on there from when I was doing another project, and I never learned how to do that. About a 1 minute. I'm assuming it's a lot more than. Well, maybe it's not. No. Okay. But yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens as I'm continuing on here. Do a little bit more. So that seems to be deafening it a little bit more as well. Get up into those wheels a little bit. Maybe get the coupler a bit too, just because. But I don't know, I'm not sure I'm happy with that look or not. So. We'll see. But since I did it to 1 just for consistency, I am going to do it to another. Another idea, though, is that it could be trying to catch up but because it was so far behind and it doesn't want to just jump it for everyone, maybe it's just like very ever so slightly sped up and it's getting to the point where it's catching up with me. So we will see what happens there. That's looking a little bit okay. Now it's gotten to the point where it's actually looking a little more faded, but I still don't like the fact that the corners are so bright. I don't get why that is, unless that's just because of how this clay is working. If anyone's done weathering on trucks and knows why I might be getting this reflective look on just the corner edges, I would love to know, because this is actually getting a little frustrating to me. Let's try. Okay, there's a bunch more rust there. Really? Okay, there we go. There's a little bit more there. There we go. Now the rust is coming in real good. Just use the brush to spread it around a little bit. There we go. That's actually looking a little bit better now. Okay, that's much better. Maybe I just need to put it on a little bit heavier. Yeah, that's probably what I needed to do. Whoops, and that truck came in. Whoops, hold on. That's back in. Okay. And then also, if you guys could provide some other feedback for me, how is the volume of the music sounding? I want to make sure like I'm not being overpowered by anything or whatnot. So if you guys can provide feedback, I would appreciate it immensely, because I want this stream to be good. Even despite all the problems that we are having today. Keeping an eye on that chat room. Just seeing where everything is. I'm actually going to do one thing. So 3, 2, 1, move that. Alright, I want to see, I'm kind of keeping an eye on the stream, and I want to see how long of a time it took for me to move that. Well, there is always a delay from your computer internet to the server's internet to my computer. There is distance between everything. Yes, that is true. So we'll just kind of see how things go from there. those are about okay. Okay, so there it goes. Yep. Okay. So now it took about 1.5 to 2 minutes. Sound could be cut in half. The music is good, not too loud. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, the way I have it right now, it's not too much more I can do on that end. I've tried to adjust the volume a bit. And it just does not want to go down anymore just because of how YouTube has it set up. YouTube's volume control for that music has gone way, I've got it down pretty much almost to the point that it is almost muted. I even have it turned down in my volume, so. Okay, yeah, I'm getting a lot more feedback that the musical volume is fine, so I won't mess with it for now, and hopes that it works. And Sky Blue, welcome as well. So yeah. Yeah, you guys can probably tell about how delayed everything is. Alright, so that's one car down. Oh. Hoping that this is perfectly fine and normal. These, oops, and there goes a wheel set. Come on, pop back in. Thank you. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, so there's that one. Let's tackle. Take these out of here. Pop those back into there. Alright, let's pop this one out now. I think I won't worry too much about doing some of that. Weathering on some of these other trucks. I think I might wait just because of some of the difficulties I had. I felt like that took way too long, but then again, that could be me. Alright. Okay. So now go over here. Grab another pair of trucks. Pop this pin out. Okay, go right there. Get this one. Get the pin. For most of this, I'm just reusing the pins instead of using the new ones that came with the trucks, but I assume the new pins are more primarily for when you actually have trucks that don't have pins. The cool thing about this boxcar is it actually has the holes for body mounts, but since I'm going to be running on T-track and in rather tight corners, I'm not going to worry about that. There's another car down. Another one bites the dust. Please don't sue me, YouTube. That is a meme. I was not copywriting anything. I need a live. Yeah, a live band would be great, but unfortunately, it would probably be way too expensive for me. Okay, let's see here. This car here, this DT&I hopper, is a little, I don't know. Something seems a little off with it, but that could just be me. Okay, pop that one there. Come on. Alright, take that. And grab this one. Oh, the pin is stuck. There we go. Ah! No! No! Stuff's falling. Help! Stuff's falling. Oh wait, I've got it right here. Okay. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Press. Good. Got a little bit of lint in that one. Wrapped around that wheel. That's something I want to clean up. Come on. There we go. All free of lint. Okay. That's another car down. Alright, let's see where we are. 34. Let's see. Let's see where we are. So we got an hour. Okay. Got an hour before we're supposed to have Gideon come on for our stream. It sounded like I needed to chuckle. Yeah, I do. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. This stream has just not been going the way I want it to, and it's frustrating. It is very frustrating because you try to do good things, you try to just have fun and support a good cause, and stuff just doesn't want to go. Alright, let's check these. Okay. Those should be relatively dry now, so I could probably go in and use these now. Alright, so there's that in. Good, that's good. Take these, get them out of the way, keep my space clean. So I've got those two trucks there with pins. I may need one pin after all. I need a pin. I also I need to do a quick inventory, just see how many trucks I have left. Okay. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. And 14. 1 freight car, 2 freight cars, 3 freight cars, 4 freight cars, 5 freight cars, 6. Got enough to do another 7. Okay. So that would be my DTSL car, this GTW car, which I need to do some cleaning on this one, this box car, the other Milwaukee box car, so that's 4. Then I need to choose another 3 to do. I've got a couple here already, and a couple others in idea in places. There's an extra truck right in this set here. Oh, and there's a couple others right here too. Okay. And one of the cars that or 2 of the cars, I guess I'll show right now. I'll move that over there, clean up this area a little bit. So a couple of cars I'm working on. One in particular is this Bratch's candy car and this Baker's chocolate tank car. Now, the reason that I am working on these cars in particular, and why they're interesting. Oh, hey, I've got one more roller bearing here. And is this truck and this boxcar roller bearing? Yes, it is. Okay, I actually now have enough for 8. And I've got some friction bearings here. We'll see what happens. And then, let's see. I got these. Let's see. What are these ones? Are these friction or roller? Okay, one roller, one friction. Okay, so I got 2 friction cars, but I've got 1 extra roller bearing truck. That's good. Okay, I'll keep that over there in mind. But anyway, going back to what I'm doing here. So these 2 cars in particular are of interest to me, and this tank car actually has friction, so we'll see. But it's a rather old car, but anyway. The reason I'm going with these 2 cars in particular is because on my layout, I am going to have a town named Alice. The name Alice is in honor of... The name Alice is in honor of my grandmother, and one of the things that she loved doing was cooking and making candies. And the town of Alice on my layout is actually going to be based off of Mars in Chicago, where the Mars candy plant is. So that is what these 2 are going to be for. So I'm going to have this Baker's chocolate tank car and this Brash's candy, as well as a couple other hoppers that are these Uniflow type cars. I can't remember the exact name of them, because these cars are very common in the sugar industry. So I'm going to be doing that with those. Okay. Happy Valley, what am I doing with old trucks? Right now, I am just putting them off to the side. I may offer them for sale or something at some point or another, just to clear inventory. If some people want the old square couples and whatnot, if they prefer those. A lot of them are friction bearing, so if they want those, then we'll do that. And then got another comment on the music. Let's see if I can do anything else. Okay, there. Let's see if that works. I know it maybe popped up a little bit loud at the beginning. I apologize for that. Okay, hands there. Okay. Check a couple of things. Okay, let's see here. Alright, let me clear up. Alright, so let me know if that music works. And then I actually got one of these single bays, so they're kind of a half a car of those. So it's got only 1 instead of 2. So this is another car that I want to change out, so we will keep things moving along. And alright, so I'm working on this car first. I've got plenty of pins here, so let's grab this pin first, see what I can do with it. Okay, good. Then get pin here. Okay. Does that actually hold? I hope so. Please hold. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, I gotta find another pin. This pin does not want to fit in the hole. Yeah, that comes out way too easily. Alright, let me try this pen, see what it does. No, that one comes out too easy. What about this one? Ooh, this one's stiff. Okay, good, perfect. I need one that doesn't want to pop back out once I put it in, because that would make for major problems during an operating session or anything. Okay, let's go. Come on, come on. Get there. Good. Alright, come on. Get in. Alright. That unfortunately bounces up a little bit. Is there any way I can get it to go in further? Come on. Work for me, please. Work for me, please. It's hard on my thumbs. Let me try something just because. Okay, that's. I'm not sure I like how much that wobbles. Yeah, in fact, the majority of the locations on my layout are named after my grandparents. So I'm gonna have the town. So the main, as of right now, in the current iteration of the layout, because I am an indecisive person that can't make up his mind about what he wants, and I'm constantly changing things every day. The main staging yard and whatnot is going to be named Raymond Yard, and also the little junction that I'm going to have so that the yard that comes off on a peninsula actually connects to the rest of the layout is named Raymond Junction. And that is in honor of my grandfather, on my dad's side, who is the one responsible for why I am doing what I am doing right now. He's the one that got me into trains. He helped me develop my love of trains and gave me books, took me on railfan trips, had plenty of model trains. He got me my first train, a little wooden Thomas Tank Engine Edward. And so it was his responsibility for why I became a rail fan and a model railroader in the first place. So I had to name something after him. Now well, actually, hold on. Unfortunately, I think, why does this not want to go? I thought it was stiff enough, but now it's not going in far enough. The others would go in all the way, but then they would just want to pop back out. This one doesn't even want to go back in at all. Or all the way in. Come on. Ugh. Actually, this is a very short shank. This is a much shorter shank than... Hold on. I just noticed something about this truck here. Hold on. I gotta look at something real quick. Oh, that's normal. Okay, this is a much longer... Okay. That's a much longer shank. I wonder if I have too short of a shank on this? Maybe? I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Oh, that actually is a little too long of a shank. Okay. I'm gonna pop this one. No, I'll leave it for now. Okay, anyway, going back to the story. So there, in this junction module where the yard comes up to the main loops of the layout, there's going to be an interlocking tower. And since it's kind of a cross between Detroit and Chicago, and specifically since Alice is named after Mars in Chicago itself, I decided that I was going to name the have the name be Raymond Junction, after, since that's where the yard connects into everything. And the tower itself was gonna be named Tower 04. Now, the reason that I went with the name 04 instead of something else is because my grandfather was a major in the U.S. Air Force during Vietnam. He was in the reconnaissance portion. He used to do flights to and take photographs, which is part of where his love of photography came from, and what he went to college for and everything. And so I was trying to think of what is something that I could do to represent the fact that he was a major in the Air Force in the naming on my layout. And the name 04 came to mind because that is the pay grade code for a major in the Air Force, 04. And so it just kind of fit. The other, and then of course you got the town of Alice, which is Mars. I keep mentioning that, and I need to shut up because I'm sounding like a broken record. But the other portion on the layout right now that I have in plan for naming after someone is Madeline Heights. Now, Madeline Heights is a location that is kind of just random, unlike other locations that I've been planning on the layout. And its planning is pretty much, I wanted to name something after my other grandparents on my mom's side. And my grandparents' names there were Michael and Lois, but those names didn't really fit with any, like, I couldn't get the names Michael or Lois to really fit with location names, but their last name is Madeline. So I came up with the idea that, hey, well, Madeline actually works. If I have the name Madeline Heights, that sounds even better, because you have a lot of places in Chicago and Detroit and many other places that are called Heights. And sometimes they're named after people, sometimes last names, stuff like that. So I felt that having the name Madeline Heights would actually work really well. So yeah, I might go have other names for them at some point. But yeah, so that's where the ideas for all the names came from on my upcoming N-scale layout. Alright, so I've got some degraded foam stuck on this car here. The casing for this car, the foam just decided it wanted to deteriorate very, very badly. So I've got to kind of pull all of this degraded foam off of this locomotive. Alright. I think the stream is starting to catch up a little bit, because I see it's already on to the car that I just finished. Okay. Oh yeah, I've got a little bit of lost weight there, so wish I could get this car to actually, this lid to stay on, but oh well. Not too worried about that. this brush at least to kind of push some of it through. That should help a little bit. And it also cleans out the rest of the dust and whatnot that's there. Okay. And it's just gonna keep falling out. Oh well. Oh yeah, I've got some stuff down in the bottom of the car too. Glad I remembered that by seeing it. Okay. Da-da-da. Okay. Yeah. Oh well. It'll happen, I guess. Nope, man, there goes that weight. I don't understand it. These weights were all perfectly fine in the car, and now they're not. I wonder if I should actually go in with some, like, hot glue or something and put it in its place and hold it. That might actually be not a bad idea. I might do that. You know what? Yeah, I'll put this car back together and I'll save that one for later. A couple others I've done. Alright. So, there's that. Let me check a couple more things on stream. Alright. Okay. Gotta get a few things ready for the next stream. I've got about 40 minutes before that, but yeah. Alright, that's actually a good idea. Use the meats. Okay. Alright. I'll just see how this goes. I want to see what this does to the stream, if that does anything. I'm gonna try and put my hand in here, see where that goes there, put my phone over here and see where that goes. Okay. Mute that real quick. Okay, so you're headed out. I may pop in later. Hope we get to. I would love if we could get to 1 million. Oh, that would be awesome. Raising 1 million, then I'd be in line with Tom Grossi. But oh well, I'm not Tom Grossi, and I know it. But thank you very much, Happy Valley, for popping in. We appreciate you for support, and if you can't are able to, please add to our donation, which I will double check on that real quick as well and see where we are. Alright, let's see. Where are we? Last donation 35 minutes ago. Yay! Let's see what our newest donations are. 120. Okay. We have a new $20 donation, so let's see if we can see who that was. Dennis White. Alright. Dennis Whiteman. Alright. Thank you very, very much. Wait, no. No, that's not the name. Oh, I'm seeing a different name. So, no. No, that's an anonymous donation. I was looking at the wrong one. Oops. Okay. So we have an anonymous donation of $20. So thank you very, very much for that, Anonymous. Okay. Alrighty. And we will go back over here. Okay. So let's see where we can go with all of this. I'm wanting to see if that's... I'm wanting to see if the stream is... Alright, so I'm not noticing too much, but then again, I'm not doing too much over here. Want to see how that... So, pardon the waving of my hand. Okay. Let's see. Okay, but yeah, so we will go from there and see what happens. Want to see? Okay, let me see when that caboose pops in. All right, go over here. Okay. See if Troy can work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Happy Valley, for that. I hope things get better for you very, very, very quickly. So, I know what it's like to not be able to work. I've been in that situation before. Okay, so good. I'm doing this and I'm not having any issues with that. Okay. Alright. Okay. Sky Blue, thank you very, very, very much. Yes, if you could share that link anywhere you can, I would appreciate it. The more people we can get involved in this, the better. During our overnight hours, I'm going to be streaming until about midnight, 1 a.m. Central Time, or Eastern Time, depending on how things go. But as we go through this, we will, over the overnight hours, because I obviously cannot stay up for a full 24 hours. I am going to be we're going to be doing a little bit of a live stream of past videos that people have made for us and through the community and things like that. So we'll be doing that in the overnight hours so that at least something's going on. So yeah. But yeah, share it wherever you know and tell people about this, because Payton Manning's Children's Hospital can use it. I just wish I knew why I can't get it to connect to anything else. Unless it just... oh, okay, hold on. Okay. Admit, okay. Alright, we're going to try... Alright, we are going to try something now.
Alright, are we in?
Alrighty, I'm gonna pause our music just because. Alright, so Dennis, you are in with the chat with me, so say hello to everyone. Happy Valley Hobbies just left, so he just missed you. So.
You there, Sam?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, alright, there we go. I was muted because I had not given my browser permission to, yeah.
That would do it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna do this share like I had.
Okay. All right.
So this is, we're gonna really stress test it by having me do this, which is what it's gonna be when I'm, streaming.
Right, yeah.
So
I want to make sure, because it seems like there might be a little bit of a, what do you call it? Like a limit to how long I can do it on this even, but I'm not sure. So we'll see.
Yeah, let me take a quick look while you get this set up.
So yeah, right now we are at $120 so far.
Oh, that's awesome.
250s and a 20. And one of them was a model railroad club.
Okay, so it looks like for Google Meets,
Okay. See, gotta modify window capture. Properties. Okay. All right. Let's see here. No. Alt. Okay.
Okay, so looks like based on what I'm looking at on the Google Help forums or whatever, for one-on-one calls, so as long as it's only, if it's just a one-on-one call, it's up to 24 hours. When you get 3 or more participants, then it's 60 minutes limit with
Okay.
the free plan.
So just one at a time then?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. Okay. So I got that. So all right. So I've got your stream up on here and everything. So I'm just trying to modify this. Okay. So yeah, bear with us, folks, as we are trying to make sure that everything is as good as can be. I know you're probably just staring at a box of just my nothingness in here, of just my stream and whatnot. All right, so I'm gonna, just so that we can do a quick test with this, I'm gonna transition it over to you, Dennis, so you can see here and everything.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get a quick preview of what I'm going to be, one of the things I'm going to be working on later tonight.
Yes. And I hope the GoFundMe logo right up there in the top left corner isn't going to be too much of a problem. And also,
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Top left corner, I don't usually have much of anything in there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, one other issue that we are dealing with right now is we are about 2 to 3 minutes behind in our stream.
So the chat's a bit behind.
Yeah. Is it Eddie from Happy Valley Hobbies? He commented on that, and we had some fun talking about that. So
unfortunately, there's not too much we can do about that.
Unfortunately, but now I also had the idea of, if this is causing as much of a problem as I'm thinking it is, I may try and see Jeff's N scale layout. Hey, welcome in. But I was also almost trying to think of if I can figure out a way to do this off of my laptop instead. The only problem I'm having with the laptop is I cannot get my wired microphone on my headset to actually work with this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, so I've got the stream pulled up on my phone, and it looks okay. Me seeing my head move around looks okay.
Right.
I guess I can kind of try and move around this box here, and we'll wait a couple minutes and see.
I'm watching. So you're doing that right now. It's 4:32 p.m. my time.
Oh, just roll over to 33.
Yeah, yep, 433. Okay, I see your head bob. I'm seeing your head actually bobbing. It's not like jumping one frame every 10
Yeah,
seconds.
it looks much smoother than it did when we had
Yes.
the Discord call.
So,
So this is
so unfortunately,
hopefully.
unfortunately, I think the issue is with Discord.
Yeah, it's probably just
So.
pulling too much bandwidth on your computer
Yeah. All right.
to have the video streaming on
All
there, and then also to YouTube. So
All right. So just so that I can
Well,
double check, what
that's
did you say the limits were for if just two people are in the call?
So if I'm reading this right, one-on-one, which is just two people in the call, should be up to 24 hours.
Okay.
I don't know if that means
One
if I
person
get
jumps
and then
off
someone
and
else
it's
gets
another.
on,
Right.
or if that means like, this call has to end and then someone else has to start a new. I don't know for sure.
Right. Well, we'll see if
my-
Google suddenly gives me
yeah.
a notification for that. We will see what happens on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm seeing on the stream now. So it's about 2 minutes, a minute and a half, behind.
Yeah, because the engine's finally
yeah,
moved.
It's moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
it
if you
looks
ask,
much
yeah. So if somebody asks a question and it takes a while for us to get to that, that's why there's latency, and I it has been getting better. I've noticed.
Yeah.
But at this point, it has completely stopped getting better. So we will see what happens here and go from there. So yeah, if you want to do something for the next 25 minutes, while I take a little bit of a break for a second, if something happens, just shout across the world and I'll see if I can get something. So I will be right back.
Good. Yeah, you guys can join me as I deal with all the random stuff that's on my desk that I need to clean up before I do my weathering later. Here, let me quickly reset my webcam or my work camera here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that. There we go. So I got all sorts of stuff everywhere here right now as I was kind of I was assuming I would have a little bit more time to prep here, but due to the technical difficulties, I had to hop on and help Sam troubleshoot and make sure we are good to go. That way the rest of the stream will look good, because we want everything to look good for you guys. Which this seems to be a much better solution than the Discord call we were working with earlier, which is a little bit unfortunate because it means that we got some limitations and it's not quite as easy for people to just jump on and jump off. But at least it looks like you guys are seeing things nicely, it seems, I hope. So, yeah. How has everyone's day been? Hopefully good. I had a lot of fun earlier running trains at the T-Track meet. It was a lot of fun. Hanging out with the people at the Hyde Park station is always a good time. This version needs to be cleaned off a little bit. There we go. But yeah, so I've had a good day. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit tired today, so I'm trying to keep my energy up as much as I can. But between basically once I'm done on helping Sam out here for the next handful of minutes while he grabs a snack, grabs a quick break, I'm gonna basically eat some dinner quick and then take a nap for the next hour and a half. That way I'm charged up and ready for my big portions later on tonight where I'm going to be doing some weathering. To give you guys a bit of a sneak peek, I will be at the very least, starting on weathering these two. These are both Atlas models, BNSF B40-8 and B23-7, both of which are actually Sean Dyke's modules, Sean Dyke's locomotives, Sean of Klondike's T-Track modules, as we talked about earlier on the stream. He sent me these locomotives to weather up for him, and I will happily be doing that. I'm also going to be working on hopefully getting this model of Finger Lakes 202R completed. I'm trying my best to not get any fingerprints on there, but that's a brass caboose by my friend and member of the community, Garrett. He did all the paint work and all the detail work on that. And that will be being hopefully finished, weathered during the stream tonight. And then depending on how far we get there, I've got a bunch more cars from my good friend Corey at R's Trains on YouTube that I can do some weathering on. And then I've also got right here in front of just behind the camera, I've got my N scale 50-foot reefer here that needs to be at least, roughly weather matched to the HO scale 57-foot mechanical reefer here. That way I can send these all overseas with Ray Arnott to the Sydney RPM down in Sydney, Australia, which is coming up next month. So I got plenty to work on later, plenty for you guys to enjoy. I'm going to be working on all of that stuff. Oops, sorry. Hopefully that was too loud. I accidentally banged the mic. But yeah, so I'm going to be showing off my weathering skills on all of that. I might also, I've got a bunch of projects on the workbench right now. So there's a few other things we can do. I might do some coupler swaps. I've got some new cars here that need the couplers swapped. I've got about probably a month and a half ago, I started weathering this Rapido FlexiFlow. Too bright. Let's bring the brightness down so you guys can actually see that. There we go. I started weathering this Rapido FlexiFlow, just the initial stages of fading. I need to go in and finalize the rest of the way. I gotta weather the ends. I gotta grime it up quite a bit. But so that's sitting here on the workbench as a work in progress. And then I've also got some paint schemes that I'm trying to figure out for the BNCCS actually, which for those of you who are unfamiliar with me or what I do, the BNCCS or the Balfour and Colucci Creek Southern is my prototype freelance or proto-freelance model railroad. It's a fictional road that started its life as a small road in the Hudson Valley of New York, interchanging back and forth across the river and doing some work in and around Poughkeepsie, Wappingers, Beacon, and Newburgh, and kind of connecting those towns. And then it eventually grew to where I model it, which is in the late 70s and early 80s, where it basically has taken over the New Haven Railroad, and is a major player in Southern New England Rail, and the Hudson Rail in the Hudson Valley and stuff like that. So I have I've been the past couple of days I've been thinking through. And finally decided that the BNCS is definitely going to have some intermodal service, both trailer and flat car piggyback service, and intermodal container service. What happened to the stream? Interesting. I'm not entirely sure why the screen went black on the stream, but hopefully that comes back in a second here. But yeah, so I got to figure out some schemes for intermodal stuff. I got to figure out schemes for piggyback trailers, and I got to figure out schemes for what am I trying to say? Oh, intermodal containers and well cars. So I can get all that figured out. And then I also have a little bit of modern day stuff that I do in HO scale. By modern day, I mean actually early 2000s, which is not exactly modern day. But yeah. Oh, okay, good. The stream is back on the on YouTube, so that's good. But yeah, so I have a little bit of stuff that I do modern day ish, and I do that in HO scale. And so I have a couple of paint schemes there to figure out as well. A C424 that I have to decide what kind of a scheme I want to put on it. So who knows? Maybe I'll do a little bit of paint scheming as well later. But in any case, what else can I do here while I am just hanging out? I'm not really set up to start my weathering yet, so I can't exactly do that. What is this? Oh, okay, that's what that is. See if that can go away. I can get rid of that. Just kind of cleaning up my workspace here a little bit while I wait for Sam to come back. Hopefully he comes back relatively soon. Hey, there he is. Speak and he shall appear.
Okay, let me turn my microphone back on stream too. I see BNSF.
Yes, indeed. These are Sean's locomotives. Klondike. He sent me these locomotives to weather for him, so that's part of what I'm going to be doing tonight on stream.
Very nice.
B40-8 and B23-7.
Mm-hmm. I always love both of those types of models.
Yeah.
I've got my coffee in right now. So I've noticed I'm having a very difficult time getting my camera to hook up to anything except OBS.
Oh, great.
And I'm using Droid Cam. Hey, RDGK.
Hey.
Hello.
Dennis.
Who?
That's his name is Dennis as well.
Another Dennis. Okay.
Indeed.
Welcome.
Good to have you on, Dennis. I'm not going to be on here for too much longer right now. Just another handful of minutes probably, and then I'm back off.
Yeah, we're basically doing this just for some trial and error stuff.
Yep.
And there's my coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I will be back on for longer later tonight, Dennis. I'm going to be doing my traditional weathering stuff that I normally do. Doing weathering on these locomotives from Sean at Klondike's, as well as Garrett's Finger Lakes 202R, which is a brass caboose here. Brass transfer caboose that the Finger Lakes Railways has as a shoving platform. And then depending on timing, I've got some other projects I'm going to do. So I'm going to be doing some weathering later tonight. That will be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 to 10, and then probably 11 to 1. Or at least 11 to midnight.
I'm going to try one thing.
So.
Okay, so I'm going to go to my settings and adjust that. Okay. All right.
We are officially at $200, by the way.
Oh, we are. Yay.
We are at $200, thanks to both Don Head with $30.
Oh, Don.
Thank you,
nice.
Don. Good to have you participating here. It's always good to chat with you on the server and various places online.
Yes.
So thanks so much for donating to the cause. And Josh Grania. Josh, thanks so much for donating and pushing us up to 200.
Yes. Thank you. Dennis. Okay. All right. Yeah.
For anyone who's just joining us or isn't quite sure what's going on, we are collecting donations today all the way through 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow because of the daylight savings time change. We're going to be all the way live all the way till 3 p.m. tomorrow, collecting fundraising basically for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana, raising some money to help kids in need. So,
yeah, technically it was supposed to be the one in Evansville, but it all just kind of became generic, and GoFundMe didn't want to be specific about which branch.
So
yeah.
it's all, regardless, it's all going to a good place. That's the
Mhm.
important thing. So
Yes. So, yeah. I
So
want
if
to
you're
try.
if you're interested in donating, the GoFundMe is in the top left corner of the screen, or there's a link in the description that will bring you to the fundraiser.
Shoot. Oh,
Gang,
shoot.
gang.
Shoot. Oops. Um, okay, that was a mistake on my part. I apologize. It is displaying our GoFundMe.
Oh.
Fortunately, I'm looking at it. I don't see any information that would be
Yeah,
a
it doesn't
problem.
look
It just
like
shows
anything
the most two
that's
recent ones, but
problematic.
whoops.
That's okay.
Maybe I should open up a different window to do that stuff.
Yeah, maybe have a separate instance of Chrome for that stuff.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to pop
yeah.
on a little more of the music. Oh wait, shoot! No! I don't want to do that. Okay.
Nope, stop. Wait, I didn't mean it.
Okay. Get back to meat. Okay, but good. I apologize again in advance for that, although it's way too late, and you'll see it in about 2 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, it's trial and error, learning curve, etc.,
Yes.
etc. We're figuring it out.
Uh-huh. All right.
Oh man.
All right. Yeah. Let's go and.
So what were you working on earlier, Sam? I saw you were working on looked like some two bay cover hoppers.
I had one 2-bay. Well, I had a couple. So I was basically just trying to go through and swap out the trucks on a bunch of my N scale cars, because I have a bunch of CN and Milwaukee Road and others that I are like specific for what I'm modeling, but they all had the square couplers. So I was and they also had friction bearings. So I was swapping them over. And one of the cars I was trying to do was I had a generic what was it? I had a generic Rio Grande 2-bay that came from the what is it? The Reader's Digest collection.
Yep. Yeah.
And and there goes the stream now. I'm seeing the screen keeps flashing white because I'm trying to change the windows.
And it's back.
And it'll disappear one more time probably, unless that was the second time. We'll see. But so I was trying to see it, because this one in particular car, the 2-bay hopper out of all the others, was the easiest when it came to actually having the trucks move on their own. And I had the idea of, if I could at least get a truck to fit in there, it would probably work out a little better in operating, like in being used as an actual hopper car. Because they are N-scale cars, and I compared them to another one of my PS2 2-bays, and they are pretty dang well matched. Outside of the...
pretty much 1/160, yeah.
Yeah. So I was looking at that, trying to do that and everything, so... Alright, let's see if I can open this up. Alright, let's see here. You got about 9 minutes until I want. Okay, but I was gonna do something else, but all right. Let me close that. Pop this up. Make sure this is good. All right. How do I do this? Page info icon. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. Camera. Okay. I wanna see if I can...
Doing some trial and error of your own?
Yeah, I wanna...
Or trial by error?
Yeah, trial by error. Oh, what just happened? Okay, that just moved everything. I didn't want to, and now I have to... Why did it move it? Oh, it went full screen. How do I get out of full screen?
Oh, jeez.
How do I get out of full screen? How do I get out of full screen?
In
okay,
in
escape. The escape
Okay,
button. There we go. Okay, that should be a little, I think. Hold on. Okay, there we go. That we should be back, I hope. Yes, good. Okay. Like I said, this is trial and error. Okay.
We'll get there. By 3 o'clock, we'll get there, and then we'll forget it all for next year.
We need to probably do this a couple of times then. A couple of times a year so that we don't forget.
Yeah. Tatted Rail fan, welcome back, I guess.
Oh, yes, that is Tatted Rail fan. Yes, that is my buddy William Ray from up in Detroit.
Oh, welcome. Well, good to have you back, I guess.
He's a good friend of mine. Yeah, and all my instances of trying to adjust it are popping on top of your stream. So I changed hats and I want to share my second hat of the stream.
Second hat of the stream. Hat reveal when.
Yeah. So people probably don't even realize this because I didn't even mention it, but I have about a dozen railroad hats from various locomotives and railroads and societies and whatnot. And I had the idea back when we had an idea that the stream would just go perfect and nothing would go wrong because it's impossible to be hopeful like that. And every time I would come on screen, I'd be wearing a different hat. And we just keep going through all of this and just see how it would go and how
long it takes for people to notice.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. But we'll see what happens if I get back on screen again.
Regardless of whether or not you'll see it, Sam is in fact changing hats. So
yes, I am. Earlier I was on, and Tatted Rail fan can confirm this. I was wearing a Baltimore and Ohio hat, and I am no longer wearing said Baltimore and Ohio hat. So yeah.
Excellent.
Let's see here. Check. Okay. So that's there. I'm also trying to think of. Ooh, what is that? Is that a fidget toy?
It sure is. There was someone at Springfield at Amherst that was going around giving these out. It's just basically it's all 3D printed, and it just has these pegs that go back and forth.
That is cool.
On the pegs, it's magnets.
I would love to have one of those, and then just 3D print the have new custom 3D printed trains and just run them through there. That is so cool. I love that.
It's super fun. I just keep it on my desk at all times if I ever just need to fiddle with something.
That's awesome. You didn't happen to get a business card, did you?
No, I don't even know if it was a business, but it was just, or if it was just someone who made a whole bunch and was just giving them out for fun. I don't know, but it's it's pretty fun.
Bummer. Okay. Okie doke. All right. Let's see, when is Gideon going to be ready? We will see.
I let Gideon know that to let us know when he's ready. That way I can jump off. That way, hopefully, things remain nominal.
I do notice that when the boat in the center gets to that little knot, that little bay, it suddenly turns backwards and goes backwards. Maybe a slight modification, but it's still fun. I love that thing. That is so cool.
There's supposed to be a second car too. It's somewhere in my car.
Oops.
It got knocked off as I was packing things up on the way out of Springfield because of all the snow.
Okay, so but, Gideon is here.
All right, great. So I will hop off then. That way Gideon can come on. But everyone, I will be back on in about I don't know what time is it? I'll be back on in like 2-ish hours.
Yeah,
for a couple hours doing some weathering. So I will see you guys all then. Enjoy hanging out with Gideon and have a good one. Let's keep raising money for a great cause.
Yes, let's keep going. See ya.
All right. See ya.
Alrighty. And I him. Alrighty, Gideon, welcome. Can you hear me?
Howdy. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I can. All right,
Oh, right.
okay. I will need you to go into present mode if you
Okay.
can, or once you're ready. Um,
All right. I
I
need to
drink my
see.
coffee.
I probably need to switch to my. I probably need to switch to my laptop here. Um, Unfortunately, there's not. Is there a way to do both the? What's it called? Is there a way to do both the? Um, I haven't used Google Meets much for presenting. Is there a way to do the camera and the
You
what's it called, and desktop at the same time?
you would have there. I believe there is. I just have to figure that out a little bit, but if there's a way
Okay.
that you can have it so that your entire presentation is that, so like if you used OBS as your presentation point and you have your dash cam loaded up on your OBS, that could work.
Gotcha. Let's
So
see.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So again, apologies folks for just delays. It's normal, it happens.
Yeah,
Um
I'll get some trains at least up here.
yeah. We'll
Yeah,
get
to look at.
something going.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me. I'm super excited to be doing this. We're going to be working on building up my roster for my railroad. We're doing a little bit of historical development here. So I model a railroad, a fictional railroad called the Rosetta Railroad. Started out as the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta. It's a small carrier set in the southeast corner of Missouri. I live up in St. Louis, and part of the fun of learning the local history is making a railroad.
Yes.
So what I'll be doing is going through my collection of locomotives and going through some of the history of what I will be modeling, trying to develop what I have as a roster to describe what the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta would have. And it's about 3 phases four phases if we get to that. But we're going to
Yes.
start of development. We're going to start with the 19th century from about 1866
Yes.
all the way up to 18 all the way up to about 1890. Let me see if I can get this camera working here.
All right.
Whoops.
Okay, there's your face. Ooh,
There's me.
roundhouse.
This is what we want to be looking at. So this is an old
Roundhouse.
roundhouse that I got from. This is an old roundhouse I got from my local model shop. So I'm just going to set up my locomotives and some tracking here so that we have something to look at instead of just staring at a spreadsheet. And I might even wire some up, and we'll move some around on the table here.
Okay.
We'll see, but we'll see what we can get. We can get running today.
Now let me make sure that looks okay.
Yeah, how does that come? How's that coming through on your end here?
I might need to adjust the cropping on it.
Go right ahead. If you can get it full screen, that would be great.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if you wanted to go into present mode or something.
All right. Yeah, I'm on mobile here because that's my camera. So what would the present mode here look like?
I'm not sure. I believe. Oh, it would be probably more be a share screen or something like that. But all right. So you
raise my hand.
Yeah, you raised your hand.
Yes,
Gideon, do you have a question?
Okay. Thank you all for bearing with us.
Yes.
Me trying to use technology built after they stopped making steam is a bit of an adventure.
Yes. All right, and now the stream just popped up. That's how delayed we are right now.
All right.
I will swap over to our BRB real quick so I can make the modification. All right, so do that. Move that over. Do this until okay, right there. shrink it down, raise it up, move it over, shrink it down, raise it up. Nope, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. Shrink it down a little.
I'm glad somebody here knows how to work the technology.
Yeah, well, you and me both.
Have you done your stream for the day yet?
I did a bit of it, yeah.
Oh, nice. What'd you do?
I was doing basically just some modifications to my cars, switching them over to roller bearing trucks.
Awesome.
Yeah, and micro trains couplers, and talking a little bit about the lore of my layout. Okay, we should be good. I'm
That's awesome.
transitioning back. All right, there we go. We should be good now.
Oh, excellent.
All righty.
Speaking of couplers, I've actually started converting my fleet over to N possible couplers. I'm going to take a little diversion once I've got set up here.
Yes,
I'm going to
please
show
do.
off my 2 cars that have N possibles on them. And
Yes, please do.
I'll briefly talk about those. We're not going to spend the whole stream as an ad for N possible. But I know people have been really excited about them, and not a lot of people that I know have done anything with them, especially because the idea of converting everything from micro trains, if you converted everything from rapidos, now you're like, oh, now there's a new standard. Nuts.
Yes.
It's got its pros and cons. I think that I'm starting off early enough. I'm just getting back into the hobby in the last year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm starting off early enough to where it makes sense for me to convert over to a new standard this early. I don't have that much rolling stock to convert compared to some people who have collections,
right?
Thousands of pieces, huge railroads. And I've also got the budget to do it. Part of my budget is maintenance.
Mm.
I have a pretty small roster. You'll actually see that here in a minute. How I keep my roster small and why I keep my roster small.
Right. Well, you've also bought some stuff for me, and also, speaking of which, random side note, I found another decapod boiler.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Oh man, the decapod's going to be the star of my later fleet. So if you have another one, I might take you up on that.
Yeah. Well, again,
is it just the shell, or is it the mechanism too?
Yeah, again, though, it's that Pensy-based boiler, so the I-class boiler.
Yeah.
But not that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, the Pensy boiler, if you take a look at it, I'll actually show it off here on stream in a second. I have most of my project locomotives. I'm going to show off how I store my project locomotives too, because I think it's a pretty cool little storage solution that's really inexpensive. So we'll talk about that because I have some stock set up, pulling out some crap.
Okay.
Set up. We'll put some locomotives in here so we have some things to look at.
Yeah.
Excuse the austerity of my setup here. I just woke up. I actually work 3rd shift for anyone who's joining us. I work 3rd shift at our local light rail. So I work on trains all day, and then I come home and I play trains.
Yeah.
And I really like it. It's a good job, good people, and I get to work on trains. We have Siemens electric high level what's it called, rail cars, LRVs, light rail vehicles.
Yep.
And there's some pretty neat equipment. Ours are a pretty old fleet, but we keep them well maintained. We have a very rigorous maintenance program.
Yes.
And that's been a lot of fun over the years. Actually, I guess it's really only my 2nd year there, but it feels like a long time now.
Yeah. And if anybody has any questions for Gideon or anything, feel free to pop them down in the chats. I'm reading the stream, and I will, at least when I'm on here, because I will be coming off at one point.
All right. I'll make sure I have the stream chat up in here at some point on my laptop.
Okay. Yeah, and just remember there is a little bit of a latency, as we keep mentioning, because my computer sucks. But
You
yeah.
know, who has the money for a new computer at this point?
The what?
I've seen who has the money for a new computer at this point, especially with all the bells and whistles.
Mm. Yeah,
Not to
well,
get too off the track from trains, but
yeah.
they have they're putting out Windows 12 already. It feels like Windows 11
What?
just yeah, right. It
Hold
feels
on.
like Windows 11 just hit like a
They
storm.
just forced everyone to go over to Windows 11 in October.
Yep. Do you know what my solution has been? It's involved a penguin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I think
Wait. Hold on. New Windows 12 rumors were immediately debunked. In early March, PC World and its German counterpart PC Welt published articles speculating on a possible release window and feature set up for the hypothetical Windows 12 operating system. The article claimed that the industry leaks were suggested as 2026 release date, and that the operating system would deeply integrate AI in its architecture.
the thing that
People
everybody
were
wants.
quick to believe it. The content of those articles was immediately debunked by head of PC World's executive editor. He explained that the original German article did not include any source links or attributions,
Thank you.
and it will apply much more scrutiny to translate articles going forward.
Oh, wonderful! It's not a thing.
Yeah, and on top of that, Microsoft. What's interesting is that it goes on to say Microsoft knows that Windows 11 is a broken mess, so the company is in no position to roll out a new operating system until it at least irons out the kinks in the current one.
See, you say that, but then we all know what we're dealing with.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, think about what happened
Yeah.
with the EMD SD50. That used a 645 prime mover that was a remodification of the previous ones, but it was horrible. And
Mhm.
it resulted in EMD switching over to the 710s.
See, now you're speaking my language.
What? How does that work? Hold on, I've got a guest in the room with me. Okay, let me make sure I know this. I've got my roommate Bill Raleigh over here. Say hi, Bill. Say hi to the world.
Hi.
All
Sorry, I'm laying track and stuff. So.
right.
So,
So
laying track.
yes, he's laying a track. He decided it as an opportunity to try and improve his layout. He would go, instead of doing laying track, he would do hand lay.
And I want to get it done.
Well, congrats. Okay, so what these are is, as far as I know, these are. I don't.
Here's another guest.
Oh yes, and we have our little puppy Tesla over here too. Chessie has decided to just not jump up here at all and interrupt me, which is good. Oh boy, you got a challenge on your engine house.
All right, here we go. I got one last engine we're gonna put in here.
Ooh,
And then
Atlantic
I'm gonna have
Coastline.
an extra track sitting right here next to mine. I'm gonna move my power cable out of the way here.
Okay,
That doesn't
so if I'm not
ruin the
mistaken,
aesthetics.
How does the power get carried across? That's what I don't.
what do you mean?
There we are. Oh, doesn't that look beautiful?
It's just from one to another, I think. So
Oh.
like this is more something like you'd have jumper wires going across.
Alright.
So you'd have one going in through here, and then you can jump the wires over, and then these just screw in. And so you see this screws in,
I need to
and it
go over
clamps.
to Menards.
Okay. Oh, if you
There's stuff I need.
We're gonna put some decorations over here so that we can ignore that power.
I need to get the wiring.
alrighty. Oh, Dennis is back in the chat. Hey, Dennis. All right. Well, do you want to get me my dinner while you're out?
I want to see what I can get done.
Okay.
Some
Well,
decorations up here.
hold on.
What?
See those
I
holes?
know, but I gotta have.
Screw in or nail in. Very nice collection you got there. I like that mogul or the moguls plural.
Thank you very much. They're Atlas moguls. They're actually based off of a Japanese prototype. I'll talk a little bit about that once we start including them in our roster. But they're one of my favorite new additions to my fleet. And they run very well once I've got them oiled.
Okay.
Let's get one more piece of background scenery here, and then I think we'll start talking background.
Oh, you're getting a little blurred.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to get one more piece of background scenery here. Just
Right. Oh yeah, the depot,
spice it up a
of
little
course.
bit here. Yeah.
All right. Well,
That's
I will
been
let you talk. I will let you talk for a little bit. I'm gonna hop over and get something real quick because while I've been having my coffee, I haven't had food to go with it, so I need to get more food.
Oh, that's
So
good.
I will
We may
let you
take
talk.
another
I will
coffee
let you
break at
talk,
some point.
and I'll hop in a minute. If I scare you, I apologize.
Right. Well, thanks for setting everything up, Sam. Let me get up here on the YouTube stream.
Okay.
And as always, thank you guys for tuning in. We are raising money for charity for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital. So if you're feeling generous, if you like what we're doing here, feel free to drop a couple bucks towards Payton Manning charity. Help us reach our goal today.
Yes, right now. Let me double check it again because I just had it up. Hold on. Let me switch over to here.
Yeah, how are we doing on our goal today?
Let's see real quick. So we are. Where are we? I have it here. If my phone will work. Okay. So right now we are at $200. Right now.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yes.
That is awesome. Great to hear.
Yes. So we're $200 right now, and moving on. As you folks see, there's a QR code up in the top left corner of the screen, and there is a link also in the description. So yeah. Alrighty, I will hop off here for a second and let you go. And
All right, thank you, Sam.
And I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Let me pull up the chat up here. My laptop's sitting next to me. And we'll start talking about our roster here. So something before we get too deep into this, I want to show off, because we're going to dig into these a little bit. I'm going to show off how I store and operate my maintenance equipment here. So in real life, I'm a locomotive or light rail vehicle maintenance technician. And in a previous life, I was a maintenance tech and brakeman for the Cougars and Toltec. So maintenance is always at the forefront of my mind. And here you can see my storage solution and set up for my locomotive maintenance. I have these little flat packs. These are just tackle boxes I've got on Amazon. There's the decapod. We're going to pull that out at some point. I'm going to set this off to the side. In fact, this is the one that Sam was talking about. Here's a little bit of narrow gauge equipment, or someday will become narrow gauge equipment. Got some 3D printed parts in here. I do a little bit of 3D printing. We'll talk briefly about that. There's some locomotives, but you can see in general we have our equipment here. And when I say we, I guess I speak as we of the railroad. It's just me who does this hobby around here, but I feel like the royal we, when speaking for the entirety of the Rosetta Railroad, is appropriate. So we'll talk very briefly about what we're going to do today, and then we're going to dive into it. So the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta Railroad is a mining and logging and regional carrier for the for Southeast Missouri. That's fictional. I came up with it as a bit of a thought experiment, playground, but it's inspired by a lot of real railroads. It's inspired by the Belmont branch of the Missouri Pacific. Of course, the Iron Mountain route, famous around here. There's even a tourist railroad that carries on the name of the Iron Mountain in the area. And then we have the couple of defunct railroads. We have the Cape Girardeau Northern. I'm sorry to any Missourians if I butcher any pronunciations. When I came here, I come from Houston, Texas, which is adjacent to Cajun country. And when I came here to Missouri, to St. Louis, the Midwestern pronunciation of everything just blows my mind a little bit. Going to mess with a little bit of technology here. Give me a moment. I may drop the stream for a second or it may freeze up, but we'll hop back on here in a second. Alrighty, then we're back. As always, feel free to ask any questions. I'm sitting in chat right now. I'm going to set my Q1 over here. I think it's a Q1. I don't know my Pennsy locomotive, so if somebody in chat says, hey, you're wrong about what this is, I'll be happy to correct myself. Oh, wait. We're gonna set the decapod here on its own little track. So what we'll be doing today is we'll be going over my roster, talking about the history of the railroad. At some point I may switch to sharing my screen and we'll go through the document that I'm compiling, but honestly, looking at a spreadsheet's a little less interesting than looking at trains, so I think we'll be doing more of that than we are of anything else. We are. This is a very work in progress model, so we're not going to worry too much about looks or connectivity. This is your old locomotive parked outside the roundhouse. See that? For my filming setup, I'm just using my phone today. I don't really have much of a professional filming setup. So we'll have to bear with the little bit of ramshackle here, but that's all right. We're a short line anyway, and short lines make do. So let's start with talking about the rostering problem. When I'm developing my railroad, I've got all these different locomotives that I wanna model here. Everything from the early 19th century steam, like these little Atlas moguls. Got a couple of the classic Bachmann 440s in pieces here and there. I want to acquire a couple more. Of course, those are going to get a complete rebuild and remotoring and re-everything just because they kind of run poorly. And that's okay. That's part of the fun of modeling for me, is rebuilding old equipment. All right, that's better over there. So I'm going to, what's my setup for this whole stream? Part of the fun of modeling is for me is fixing up old equipment. Like you saw all of my kits set up here. Get that 19th locomotive out of here just to take a look at what state it's in. So right now I've got the back drive shaft off. It's an old style drive shaft, so it's not very quality. Old Bachmann. We know old Bachmann's reputation. New Bachmann I actually really like, but old Bachmann still earns its reputation. I don't have it here, but I have a couple of Bachman consolidations, including if you've got some paints. Maybe I'll get one of those out at some point. But the problem that I'm facing is, what do I buy? What do I run? What sort of motive power does my railroad have? Now, as a short line, we'd probably consider it a class 3 short line. And so a class 3 short line is going to have a very eclectic assortment of equipment. I mean, you can see here, this is a pretty accurate representation of what the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta Railroad would have. Probably a couple of its 19th century, a couple of 20th century, 21st century, or not 21st century, era 1, era 2, era 3. I'll go into how I split the eras. Let me get one more of my locomotives out. I realized I have one more that should belong in this pile. A couple more, but those are pieces. That's okay. That's part of why we do this, is to just have a little fun looking at everybody's trains, right? You know, a lot of the other presenters today show off their collections, the work they've been doing. I mean, it is such a joy and a gift to be in such a community of awesome modelers, especially so many of us are young. And the fact that we orient this towards service, things like this stream, just, I've never been in a community like that with model building. It feels really special. It's really wonderful to be part of this community. I won't gush on too much, but I just want to say thank you all.
Didn't want to scare you.
Uh-oh, there he is. I was just talking bad about you.
I know, that's why I popped up. I'm
There you
like
go,
the
you're here
Addams
for Brad.
family.
So I added a couple more.
I may have done a little mining off camera.
Yeah. Well, let's see. That fills out that bottom of the screen a little bit better too. That's nice.
Okay.
All right, so we've done a little mining off camera. I've added in. There's your. I'll take a little scoot over here. So there's your decapod, and you can see that tender that I matched with your decapod.
Oh, nice!
It's
I love. Okay, I don't know what it is, but something about the extended Vanderbilt tender on a Bell Pair boiler, that's cool.
Well, thank you. I really thought they just were a match made in heaven for each other. And it's the largest engine I own now.
With the largest tender.
With the largest tender. I think that the BLI mic might be a little smaller, but not much. But I wanted something big and hefty.
Right.
And that's going to be some of my late era steam. Well, let's go ahead and start getting into the roster here. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have now, Sam, this is a great time to pop in. Is there a way for us to pop in between streams?
What do you mean?
So I can stream from my laptop.
That would come in with the share your screen. If you have what you want to show on your display, so like if you're wanting to do like a slideshow of sorts, have that set up on the side, and when you're ready to show something, just click share screen.
Okay. Let's see about setting that up. Let's do a little sorcery as a treat. On camera here. All right.
Oh. And we are vertical. Oh, now
are we vertical?
Again. The whole
Oh, right. Apologies, everyone. We will go back to your regularly scheduled. We'll go back to your regularly scheduled viewing here in a moment. I wanted to mess with some technology here, but you never quite know what things are going to do, right?
Yeah.
So you do them. This is all an experiment. I'm not what I would call a live streamer. I am a chatterer, and so I figured that that was the second best thing that we could get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, we appreciate that.
Here we go.
Okay.
So I'm sharing my screen now. Can everybody
Make sure-
see
Just make sure there's
the?
nothing. Yeah, just make sure there's nothing that you don't want us to see, because it showed going between the screens.
Okay. Make sure my bank account information isn't up on here. Okay, there we are. All I want is this Google Doc, which makes for a really interesting stream to look at. Is having a Google document up. But I promise this will be interesting here in just a minute.
Okay. Well, that
Oh,
actually,
excellent.
ironically, that is like perfect lineup. Like, I wouldn't want it moved any other way.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, it is perfect.
But we'll switch back and forth between the locomotives and everything here too. So
Okay.
it'll be a bit of an interesting dance around.
Just as long as you don't have anything pop up that makes me spit out my ramen.
All right. Yeah. No.
I don't want that all over my computer.
I do solemnly swear that none of y'all are going to get computer viruses or psychic damage from anything that pops up. Probably. Anyway.
Yeah.
I can say it's most likely, but not necessarily a guarantee. You never know. There will be nothing that gets us restricted on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can assure you of that.
Yep.
All right. So we're finally here. We've got my absolutely beautiful Google document up. Unfortunately, the cropping on it, it's kind of cutting off the sides. Is there a way to? No, okay. It's actually not too bad.
Where I have it, I'm not seeing anything that would be adjusted by that. So it's in more or less, it's where I have it on screen right now. It's pretty much perfect.
Okay. All right. Well, then what we see is what we get. That's all right. We're doing a little
Just keep an
promo
eye out
here.
like, it's literally cut out on the left, right where the spacing ends. So just watch where your spacing goes. Pretty much, once the words get right up towards that edit button in the bottom right corner, that's when you should probably hit the enter button and go to the next line.
Well, fortunately, I think that's actually where it cuts off. So let's.
All right.
You can see my cursor here. I'll just throw some dashes in here.
Yeah.
And it should be right where it cuts off to the new line. No, it goes off a little bit, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, we'll work on that as we can.
That's all right. You know, none of it's
perfect.
None of it's mission critical text. We're just playing trains here. All right. So let's talk about numbers. Really interesting stuff. I joke, but I think railroad numbering is really fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about a short line versus a big class 2 or a class 1, your numbering systems are all going to be different based off of what the needs of your railroad are. Mm-hmm. The two railroads that I take a lot of inspiration from are, three railroads really that I take a lot of inspiration from are, of course, the Denver and Rio Grande. I used to work for the Cumbres and Toltec. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I used to work for the Cumbres and Toltec as a brakeman and a maintenance technician. And I was very fortunate enough to come in at the end of the 168 project and be on the foot plate for her first run in about 90 years at the yard. It remains one of the high points of my life, hearing that whistle blow as we pulled out of the yard. Uh, the if you want to watch, there's actually an excellent yard limits video from believe October of 2019. I featured doing a little bit of the 19th century railroad on there.
Sorry, background noise.
That is all right. We're just hanging out. The background noise is part of the fun. Right? You'll probably hear my cat meow and my fiance come home. So, which there will be a quick interstitial for my fiance coming home.
Right.
But anyway, back to the Denver Rio Grande. I really like their numbering scheme, and it's a pretty typical one from what I understand. I haven't studied a lot of other railroads. I try to keep my focuses pretty interested, or my interests pretty focused. Because if I go too far in every direction, then I'm just going to drive myself crazy with too much information. And sometimes too much information can be just as bad as not. And so when I go through my locomotive rostering, that's one of the things I like to keep in mind is how the DNRG classified their locomotives. Particularly, I focus on a lot of the narrow gauge stuff just because that's where I lived. If you guys ever go to Antonito, Colorado, there's the narrow gauge inn across the yard. It's just this old white plaster building. The beds or you can kind of feel the springs on them. But the people who worked there at the time and ran it were some of the nicest people I've ever met. It was very kind to me when I lived there, and they even helped me out when I got hurt and needed to have somebody bring me groceries. So I lived there for about summer and fall. I worked on the railroad. But anyway, the narrow gauge, all the narrow gauge railroads, they still fall into the wider numbering scheme of the Denver Rio Grande. Of course, it's all the same railroad, so you want to have your same equipment roster. So, from what I remember, and this is just kind of going off of memory because I don't have my documents up with me right now. From what I remember, we had they had like different classifications for different numbers. So like your 3000s were your consolidations, like DNRG 315s, I believe a C18, C16. And so the 3 denotes, okay, this is a consolidation class. 15 is, you have your different classes of locomotives by number orders. Like your a good example of this is the Mikados. You have your 450s through about I think they went up to 464. That's your roster for those are your numbers. So the 450 through up 464 is your numbering scheme for your A27s, your little bitty Mikados. We had the 463 running at the time. I don't know if he's still up and running, but what a great locomotive. Built in 1902 or 1903.
You said
Just a wonderful piece of very early 20th century steam. Actually, I switch back to the locomotive here for a second.
You said Rio Grande 463?
Yeah, when was that built?
Oh, let me see. I know I used to hang out around the 464 all the time.
Oh yeah, where is that these days?
That is in Flint, Michigan, at the Huckleberry Railroad in Crossroads Village.
Oh, that's the one in Flint. Okay. It's really interesting. Flint, from what I've heard, is actually done a lot of work on its water crisis and finished up its pipe work. Is that correct? I know you live in the area there.
Okay, so to change topics a little bit, rabbit hole off.
Yeah.
There is a misnomer going around that it took years for that issue to be resolved. It did not. It took months, and that was it. They have
That's
had
good to
clean
know.
water. They have had clean water for pretty much about a decade or so.
That's good. That's good to know.
But people still say they have bad water. And that's coming from a person that lived out there.
You know, it's really interesting. I was looking at property values over in Flint, Michigan, and it's what I would call very affordable right now. Seems to be a lot to do. My fiance is into museum work, and of course I'm into anything that involves trains. So there's just the fact that the Huckleberry is right there. It's pretty exciting to me.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I told some friends of mine, it's like, oh yeah, Flint, Michigan looks cool. And they looked at me like I had two heads.
Yeah. They have clean water now. Okay.
It's good to hear.
So,
Anyway, sorry, rabbit
Rio
hole.
Grande 463 was built by Baldwin in March of 1903. One of only two mud hens left.
Right.
And then it was originally part of the Denver and Rio Grande Class 125 and was the 14th of the 15th. So basically the two youngest members of the K-27s are in surviving. Now, according to this, unless it was just used as a nickname, it does list. Yeah, that's probably a fictional number. It shows Rio Grande Southern 455 as one of its numbers, but.
Yeah, 455 would get sold off to the RGS, but I don't think I don't think it survived, did it?
No,
Yeah.
I think there's only one or two Rio Grande Southern engines left. I'd have to remember.
I know they've got like a little Connie, if I remember correctly. Can't remember what the other one is though. The Rio Grande Southern is a very interesting case study in being the second one to is being the not early bird.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
all of their civil engineering was very secondary to the Denver Rio Grande. So whereas the Rio Grande routes through the mountains, they had a lot of the south facing slopes.
Yeah. Anyway,
the south facing slopes. Yeah,
anyway,
so where you get the sunshine.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
So anyway, just because I feel like I got lost a little bit, no offense. Why did we bring up the 463?
Oh, numbering schemes. I was comparing that to like then you had the what were those? The K-27s. And then you had the K-28s, right? Those are the ones with the compressors on the nose. I love the K-28s. They look so weird, and I know the Durango and Silverton has at least one. But then those are all your 470s. I can't remember how many of those were built, but I know 473 still survives.
Let me look.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the K-27 class, and the K-28 class. K-28 class started production in 1923 by Alco.
Yeah, those were some Alcos.
Yes, they were 20 years newer.
Mm-hmm.
There were apparently it was okay. Here's something interesting. They were called the K-28s not because of the order in which they came, but because of its rated tractive effort of approximately 28,000 pounds.
Yeah, and so that's actually something interesting that we'll get into a little bit as we do our numbering schemes. Is the tractive power the K denotes Mikado here, wheel arrangement, and then the number, you're right, it denotes that tractive power, whereas the K-27, 27,000 pounds of tractive force. Then the 28, you're right, it's not sequential, 28,000 pounds of tractive force. which is why at the next class, the 480s jump to K36s. Those are my favorites. The K36s are just
Yeah.
such a cool class.
So the K20 28s, there were only 10 built.
Okay.
So 470 to 479, or no, so it would be no.
Yeah, 470, 479. There's 10 built.
Yeah, was it that or?
How many
I
of
feel
those?
like-
How many of those survived?
I believe only 2. Yeah, okay, 470 to 479. Where is it? Come on. At least 3 are preserved, 7 scrapped after World War II. Now, I'm also, one other thing I'm trying to remember, and I'm sorry for putting us on another complete rabbit hole, because getting on the Mikados brought up something. Someone once told me that the Oahu Railway Mikados in Hawaii were built to practically the same specs as one of the classes of Rio Grande Mikados.
Well, hold on a second. We got a message in chat. It says we can't hear the other guy talking.
Do what now?
We got a message in chat over some technical.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you just fine. I don't know. Let's see if we can hammer this out. So this is Gideon talking, and Sam, you go ahead and talk.
Yeah, I'm talking right now. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Let me.
All right. Yeah, let's see who we can't hear talking.
I'll bump your volume up a little bit. See if that
Okay.
helps.
All right.
Yeah. So Dennis, hopefully that fixes something.
I'm gonna mute my chat here for just a second, put it right back on just so I can take a listen to that video without creating some echo.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that works, hopefully.
Okay, there we go. So, Sam, you're actually the quiet one here.
Oh, I am?
You sure are.
Probably because I had my microphone pulled away because I didn't want my chewing to get into the speaker and be disrupting to everyone.
Hey, if you put your chewing on there, we can get into the ASMR tag.
Yeah, no, I like some ASMR, but not all. Anyway, okay.
That's a rabbit trail. I think that's a rabbit trail. I think we'll save for another day.
Yeah, no kidding. But my volume should be brought up a little bit now. It should be better. We'll hope so.
Yeah,
But
thank you,
I brought your volume up a bit.
RDDK.
If it's too loud, let me know. If people should let me know. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, so anyway. So we were talking about numbering systems, and we got on to Grand Mikados, and we got on to Hawaii.
Yeah, the Oahu Mikados. Yeah, being built to the same spec. So who built those then? Was that Alco or was that Baldwin that built those?
I can't remember exactly who. Not.
I know you're
much
my
better.
You're my research buddy.
Okay. Hold on. Dennis is saying it's not much better.
Not much better. Okay. Oh, it's Dennis. What's up, Dennis?
Well, the other Dennis.
Okay, other Dennis. What's up, other Dennis?
Yeah. Trying to figure out here. I just don't want to be too loud. That's my only thing.
I would raise up your volume. It's better to be heard than not heard.
True. That is true.
And I'll just quiet it a little on my end here so I can.
Okay.
Well, raise up your mic volume a little more for me.
Unfortunately, I've got mine volume all the way. The only other thing I can do is just try and talk louder, but I don't like talking that loud.
That's fair.
So unfortunately, this is about as loud as I'm going to be right now. So
All
we'll see
right.
how it goes
Well,
from there.
thank you, chat, for bearing with us
Yeah.
through our technical issues.
Yeah, Dennis will be taking over the second half of this stream segment and whatnot, so we'll see what happens there.
All right. You're gonna be hopping on around 6 o'clock,
Um,
or
no, I've got it
like, or at the 12-hour mark, you mean?
at the 8-hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. I it was in a magazine that I had read at some point of trying to I was trying to I was reading about the Oahu Railway after World War II, and there was a photo that one of the Mikados that they had survived pretty late. Okay, Dennis, hi. I see that chat pop up now. But it was something about they were in almost practically the same specs as they were actually
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, you already have
they were actually based off the K-28s.
Oh, the K-28s.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So that makes a lot of sense from a builder standpoint.
They had a total of 4. Numbers 60, 70, 80, and 90.
Neat.
Uh-huh.
All right. Suppose I should start numbering some locomotives here. That's the whole plan. It's almost 6 o'clock and I haven't even got any numbers done.
Yeah.
You'll bear with me as I pop through the.
Sam is not loud at all. Gideon's very loud. Okay, let me bring
Yeah, you can bring my
down
audio back down.
Okay, so I brought you down. I am maxed out on my volume. I am unfortunately. Oh, move it over a little bit more to the right. Yeah, there we go.
There we are. How are we looking?
Much better.
Excellent.
So that's about as. I mean, I can't do it much more than that. So, and I can't edit it while it's in the screen. So, all right, but yeah, I unfortunately I cannot make myself go any louder. So anyway, so let's get into the numbering.
All right, numbering. That's why we came today.
Yeah, we like to popcorn, so I'll let you talk.
Yeah. So the other one, and I promise this is relevant. I won't go too deep into this because fortunately I don't know a ton about it. So we won't go too crazy with it. But the other railroad that I'm taking some numbering inspiration from is the McCloud River Railroad. And the McCloud River Railroad is great for this because their roster is really simple. And even to this day, I think the McCloud, I can't remember if the McCloud is defunct now, or it might be defunct since 24. I can't remember. I don't know a ton about the McCloud. I've never been there. I just was looking up numbering schemes and they happened to come up. So they do their locomotives really easy. And that's what we're going to do for our first era, from 1867 to 1894. Which is the very first period of the St. Louis Leadville and Roselle Railroad. And that's just an acquisition order. So your first locomotive is your number 1. Your second locomotive is your number 2. So on and so forth. So we're actually going to start off. I'm only going to number some locomotives here. You know what? Let's make a spreadsheet. We do love a spreadsheet. Do 5 by 5 just to start it off, just as needed. Sure. Glass. Our wheel arrangement. So we're mostly doing all steam engines here. I have a singular late era diesel on these flat packs here. There it is. I'll show it off at some point. Right now it's a jumble of parts as it's getting converted over to a mobile decoder. But it's an Alco, or not Alco, excuse me, it's a Fairbanks Morse H1244 that I picked up just because it was neat. It's an old model, real solid old frame, and it runs really well. It just needs a decoder in it because it's the 21st century. All right, date scrapped, and then I'm going to put in one more column to the right. This is really riveting stuff, I'm sure, in spreadsheets, but I promise this will be interesting. All right, so our number one here. Our locomotive number one is going to be we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Rosetta Railroad starts off as a little regional short line. I'm actually going to pull up Google Maps. Or you know what? I actually have this as a paper note in my notebook here. That's going to be more interesting than showing this off. So I'm going to go back to screen sharing or to camera sharing here. For bearing with me as I pop through some screens as everything dances around. I'm going to go through my notebook here real quick, and I'm going to pull up to show you just what I'm talking about. So this is it's going to be a bit of a dance. All right. Here we are. So this is the map of the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta. It's a little work in progress still, but it's kind of the general overview. So most of the towns here are real. I'm going to point out to start here, Leadville, you can see the asterisks on them. Valencia and Rosetta are not real towns. These do not exist in real life at all. I wanted to make another Mississippi Railroad town, or Mississippi River town, kind of in the likes of Cape Girardeau. St. Genevieve is up here at the top. And I figured I'd go with in the theme of like Memphis and Cairo, I figured I'd go with another Egyptian city name. So I picked Rosetta. There's no real hard significance to the term Rosetta here. It's just, I just thought it was a cool name. The Rosetta Railroad has a nice ring to it. Then you have Valencia here. This is kind of a little junction town I built up for the railroad. And then Leadville. Leadville is very inspired by like Leadington and all of those lead mining regions in southeast Missouri. Missouri is, if you don't know, is historically had some of the largest lead production in the United States in our history, and one of the commodities my railroad carries is that lead ore from the mines to smelters. In Leadville, there's a small narrow gauge mining operation that I'll be modeling in the next 30 years or so. I've actually got plans for modeling the Leadville corner pretty soon here for the Leadville branch junction here. But we'll see. Model railroads are always a work in progress. You build one to represent an area, and then 20 years later, you redo it. So we'll see. Model railroading is a marathon, the sprint. It's a hobby of a lifetime, not something you're supposed to complete in a year. So all that to say, the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta. It connected up via this route here. Well, there's really two routes. This section here is your branch from Rosetta. There's also a little village over here called Wittenberg. It's a Lutheran village by its name. Branches over from Rosetta to Fredericktown and Junction City. Originally, it was going to run all the way up to Doe Run, Farmington, and Iron Mountain. But in my fictional railroad, the Iron Mountain route cuts them off here. It's now represented by the Missouri Pacific, who bought the Iron Mountain in 1917. But the Iron Mountain route cuts them off at Junction City, Fredericktown. And so there's not really much of a point for them to keep laying double track up to Iron Mountain, especially when they're not going to get the contracts. The whole point is interchange anyway. So what is this, by like 1870, 1871, 1872, by the time they finish this, start laying spikes in 1860, 1868. And so they build surprising move, even though they have opportunities to do so, they start building from east to west rather than west to east. They could have started in Iron Mountain, but they couldn't get the contracts from the Iron Mountain route to move their equipment. You know, why would they pay for a competitor to build a new railroad? And since the founder of the Rosetta Railroad, my historical founder, his name's Lucas Rhodes, is what I named him. His family's a bunch of steamboat tycoons, and so they hauled all the parts down by steamboat, anything they could fit. I'm actually going to show off. I have a little paddle wheeler, a couple paddle wheelers here. They're work in progress. They're currently getting painted in a very acrylic coat here. But these are a couple of little paddle wheelers. They're 3D printed models. My friend Nico, she designed all these. They're based off of a prototype of the Madison. The other one's based off of a prototype of the Alna. Very similar. I believe they were sister ships. You can see the resin color on the inside. Just a little bitty thing. It's going to have a roof, a little paddle wheel in the back. I believe the paddle wheel even spins. I'm going to have it sitting in water, so it's not really going to spin, but just want to show those off. I think they're kind of neat. So the family built this railroad. It's a kind of a family-owned venture. We have carved out a fictional county called Burr County, and it is just picked in a late 18th century politician, Aaron Burr, to name it after, who is definitely not featured in any musicals. So we build from the east to the west across. And those first 4 locomotives are going to be these little American types. And this is going to be the first ones that I'm trying to collect a couple of. Let's see if I can focus. There we go. Just 4 of these little American type locomotives. And these are fun. They're really fun to tinker with. If you don't know about the N-scale Bachmann, they're tender drive. Which is pretty typical for small steam and N-scale, like super small steam. And so this is going to get a complete overhaul. There's actually a guide to converting these to narrow gauge in an NN3 handbook. If anybody's interested in narrow gauge railroading at all, I highly recommend picking up the NN3 handbook. Even if you're not in N-scale, it's just a really cool little guide to a very odd niche in our hobby. That at the time, they really thought that NN3 was going to be a big thing. And unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be that way. And I say unfortunately because I have some NN3 and would really like to acquire more, but there just isn't anything. I mean, some of these locomotives go for a few grand online. So I'm scratch building. Let's see if I have my NN3 locomotive. And I want to build this is my NN3. This is just a little Markland engine. There's another frame for a Markland engine up in the top. But they're eventually going to be converted. They're a mobile and a 10-wheeler. But Arizona Railroad started with Americans. And we'll go back to our numbering scheme. Okay, go back to share screen. Excellent. There we are. Let's see how that looks. All right. So the St. Louis Leadville Rosetta, the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to be all of our early class locomotives. They don't really have a class at this point. So classification comes a lot later when we're talking about larger railroads. For that, you're talking about, oh, hey, let's, we need to organize by tractive power. We need to organize by, this, that, these, and those. And maybe later on we'll talk about tractive power with classification. But for this first era, they don't really have a class. So I can go ahead and I'm just going to leave this column blank for them. Now, these are all 440s. Americans. Oh. Okay. I just really like the paint schemes of these old 19th century locomotives. They're just beautiful little engines. They have these very, very brightly colored, that Russian iron sort of look to them. And that's kind of what I want to go with. I want a very nicely bright colored sort of fleet for my early era. I don't want something that's too dark and dingy compared to, everything kind of gets painted black in the in the 20th century. And so we're going to try to go over more to, we're going to try to stick with that, bright colors and bright paint as much. So these are acquired. Oh, let me pull up I have a document for this. If you organize everything into documents, it really helps. You'll end up with a pile of paperwork. But it helps. You pull some documents up on this end to reference as we build this roster. Let's see. History. There's my history document. All right. So this has all my dates and everything like that. It's not all been so perfectly solidified. So a brief history of the history of my company is so Lucas Garrett Rhodes is the founder. His father, Garrett Thomas Rhodes, was a tycoon of. He was a steamboat tycoon. Moved down from Illinois to Missouri for suspect reasons during the antebellum period to where his political attitudes to be a little better tolerated as a 19th century Democrat. And of course, the Democrats and the Republicans in the 19th century were very different from our modern Democrats. We're not going to talk modern politics at all. But the 19th
No,
century,
we are not.
yes, thank you, Sam. But the 19th century Democrats were very different from our modern Democrats. The parties basically are just existing in name only compared to their 19th century. And so they moved down to Missouri into this town, and the elder Rhodes gives his son some money to go and start his, go make your fortune up in the big city. And so he goes up to St. Louis and ends up as two things that his dad doesn't like. A railroad. He gets into the railroad industry, which his dad, as a steamboat tycoon, doesn't like. And he also becomes an abolitionist, which his dad doesn't like. Unfortunately, they kind of stopped talking after that. But our hero here, Lucas Rhodes, he works on the Missouri Pacific, laying out their line, heading west out of St. Louis, and then comes down, inherits his father's company in 1863, and now has to figure out what are we going to do. And so by the end of the Civil War, he's seen how important railroads are for the region. He says, let's build a railroad out of Rosetta. So he gathers up the capital, and collaborates with the seat of Burr County and with the some of the local businesses. They're called the Chalmers Lead Mines in Leadville, and then Yount Logging. And Yount is actually a real town. I couldn't really figure out where it came from, or the name came from, so I'm just naming it after my fictional Yount family, who's a hardwood logging tycoon, and softwood logging as well. Just a kind of general logging. There's a lot of logging going on in the late 19th century in southeast Missouri. And while it was a little further south, or concentrated a little further south, I really did want to represent it as part of this. So I also wanted an excuse to have some shades at some point.
I heard Shay.
Yeah, no, I have some plans to get some shades at some point.
Lovely.
So
Anyway, so these first 4 locomotives, these were the first 4 that the railroad got done.
yeah, so these are the first 4 we've got. So these are what? I'm still trying to find the dates. I just wanted to give a little background
Right.
of why we why we got everything the way that it was. So where is this? So these are probably ordered in 1866 and delivered in 1867 and 1867 for all these. We can do the first 2 in 1867, and then the next 2 come in 1868. And that's really when the first spikes start being laid out of Rosetta. So, these are just little locomotives. They're not very powerful. They're not very fast, but they are incredible for the 19th century. And they're all going to be Stephenson standard gauge at this point. By the time they were laying tracks, the Missouri Pacific Railroad, at that point, just the Pacific Railroad, was 5-foot 6-inch gauge, which I'm crazy enough to try to model in the future. So 5-foot 6-inch gauge at any scale conveniently maps out to HON3 gauge. So I can use existing HON3 mechanisms and broad gauge track gauges, or HON3 track gauges to represent my broad gauge. So we're going to stick with the standard gauge though. On the other side of the river, the St. Louis and Cairo, maybe it's Cairo and St. Louis, was a little narrow gauge route. And that one, that was a pretty fair contender. They're a pretty old route too, but the East Coast roads were a lot of the East Coast roads, particularly the Baltimore and Ohio, were all standard gauge. And our founder here had the foresight to consider standard gauge as the future. So we're going to stick with all of these as standard gauge locomotives. I'm going to add a few more. I'm going to add a few more rows below. My fiance's home. Taking a load of our cats. Cats are not allowed in the train room because they do not respect the sanctity of the railroad.
I can relate to that. My cat Chessie, even though she's named after a railroad, does not respect the sanctity of the workshop.
Oh man.
Yeah. And she has tried to play Switcher every once in a while when I've been doing tests. So, anyway.
Oh man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Let's see. Let's actually make another column here. Since we're doing a model railroad here, I'm actually going to add in a column for our models here. And this will show off what we're going to be doing. So for our models, I'm going to extend this off. I'm going to take a quick pause, give my fiance a hug. She just got home.
All right. No worries.
Sam, if you want to entertain him for a moment.
Trust me, nobody wants to hear me sing.
Oh man, I wanted to hear you sing.
I'm not a singer. Alrighty. Yeah, so at the end of this segment, so we've got about 45 minutes left of this segment, Dennis will be starting up our second live stream over on our channel, and he will be taking over that. So we will be. He'll kind of be spearheading that and everything, and we'll go from there. See how everything works for us in that. Hopefully everything runs perfectly. I would hope. I want things to run perfectly. But yeah, so we already have the stream kind of set up. You'll see this one's the one that's called Train-A-Thon Part 2. So if you, once Dennis has that all taken care of and ready to go, and this specific portion of the stream ends, head over to that one once it goes live, and Dennis will take it from there. And yeah, so that's how things will go here. We have a couple of things. We've got, let's see if I can pull up our schedule. So Dennis will be doing about 2 hours of stuff. We'll have about 1 hour with the Rail Brothers, which are Danny and Eddie Brown. Or no, Danny and Billy Brown. Sorry, I believe I've been up for a while. I'm starting to do stuff. We'll do an hour with them, and then Dennis will take over for a little bit up until the time change. Then after that, we will be going into our overnight streaming segment, which will cover us while we try and get some sleep. And then I will be taking over right after that in the morning, probably around 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Time or Eastern Time. We'll see. So, and then from there we will go from there on to other stuff.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for going over our schedule. As
Yeah.
always, thank you guys for coming in today. Super excited again to be part of this.
Yes.
And don't forget, this is a charity live stream for the benefit of the Payton Manning Children's Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we? Where are we on our donations right now?
Let me check again. I've got it here. I've switched over to having it on my phone now that I'm not streaming off my phone. Where are we? I lost it. Live. Alright, let's see here. Okay. So there's our stream. Might as well add an extra like just to give us a boost.
Yeah, looks like we're still sitting at 200 right now.
Yeah, we're still sitting at 200. So the first goal is $700 because that's how GoFundMe wants it to be. So our first goal is 700, and then we'll go from there. And just see how things go.
Wonderful.
Alrighty. Okie doke. So let's see. So anyway, so now we're getting in the moguls.
Yeah, we're getting into some moguls here. So these are our, I mean, the little Atlas moguls. I love these. I've been looking at these for years, and then they popped up on the what's it called? They popped up on the what's that website where you buy stuff? eBay.
Yeah.
They popped up on eBay. Oh man, I hate eBay so much. They get so much of my money. But man, I got to uninstall the eBay app. It's terrible.
Yeah, but anyway.
Anyway, so these guys popped up on eBay. They're usually like sitting around $250, $300 a piece because they're rare. These are some old little locomotives. I'm actually going to switch over to show them off a little bit. These have been out of production for forever. There we go. Let's see, come on, focus. So this is really cool. It's Canadian Pacific. These are based off of a Japanese prototype. They were originally made by Micro Ace and then imported and later manufactured by Atlas, I believe. They say Atlas on the box. But they're originally styled off of a Japanese narrow gauge. You know, Japanese narrow gauge is what, 3 foot 6 inch. That's their standard gauge. It's the traditional Cape gauge over there.
Right.
So the what's it called? So this is actually closer to about I think we figured it was like 1/130th scale, rather than 1/160th scale. Which I don't really care. It looks fine to me. It's a little oversized, but a lot of these 19th century locomotives are going to be a little oversized. And I'll tell you the truth, I'd rather have them and have them a little off scale than not have them at all. I mean, just look at this beautiful thing. That boiler, that just super crisp little detail on the tender. I don't know if you guys can see that very well. It's got this big old motor in it that may at some point get replaced with one of those newfangled little motors they make. This one's an Atlas. And someday these are going to get DCC and sound. There's some pretty tiny sound decoders that exist these days, which is just incredible. I haven't done any successful conversions on DCC. Unfortunately, I dive right in and was not successful in my first attempt, but that's okay, you know. This poor gal here, I've had this one since I was about 10 years old. I got it for $10 at Hobby Lobby because they mislabeled it. And I asked 3 different employees because I was such an honest young kid, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't care, just buy it for $10." So I got a Bachman Prairie for $10. It's now an 060. It no longer runs because it had a failed DCC conversion, but I'll finish it up one of these days. The motor's still isolated. I just need to put a proper setup for the board in. Let's see. Anyway, these little moguls, these are great. I would, if I could get more of these, regularly, they would be a fleet builder for me, but they're just so hard to find. They're just not worth trying to build an entire fleet out of.
Didn't Bachmann just come out with a M scale 260?
That's a 460, and actually, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that in a minute. So that's gonna be the next couple ones on my roster.
Okay.
But we'll get into that in a minute. I want to save that.
All right.
And here's the Denver Rio Grande one. So take a look at this. Isn't that just magnificent?
Yeah.
Oh, there's white wall
It's a
the
very
tires on there.
It's a very detailed model.
Right? I can't believe it sometimes, the levels of detail that we're able to get in N scale. So I'm probably going to rename these locomotives. You can see they have little tiny names. I can't even read that. The other one is a Yale. I can't even tell what that is. It's something in German. The Tabewacht, maybe? Just look at that. So this is probably going to get, I like the shiny look for the boiler and of course the brass work, but the rest of it's going to get very lightly weathered. I really don't want to take the shine off of these too much. They do come apart fairly easily, and they're locomotive motor, which is very rare for small steam and scale. So we're going to have 2 of those in our roster at the Rosetta. Let's switch back over to our roster. All right.
And just so you know, we have about 35 minutes left of this segment.
35 minutes? All right.
35 minutes. I'm not sure if you want to, what your plan is right now. So just
All right.
giving you the heads up
We're just going to keep. It sounds good. Honestly, I'm just taking this more as a podcast at this point.
Yeah,
And just
we
kind
have
of
a live
talking.
audience.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of which, if you guys have any questions, I know we had some tech support. Appreciate that. Feel free to ask me any questions. Maybe about some of what I think of some of the models. Do they run well? I would talk about that too.
Yes.
But I don't know. I'm just kind of happy to be here.
Yeah, we all are.
Let's see. Let's move this. These are going to be all little back and forth for our old timers. So by the time about 1870 rolls around, the Rosetta Railroad finds itself in a bit more of a need of motive power. They've completed the branch from Rosetta to Junction City, and at that point, there's another push heading up towards St. Genevieve. So 4 locomotives over about 40 miles of track or so. It's not a lot. You think about even one train a day. These 19th century locomotives required a ton of maintenance, and so 4 locomotives quickly becomes not very many at all. So the Rosetta Railroad acquires a couple more Americans, but also a couple moguls. This new mogul arrangement, 260 becomes pretty popular around this point. So we're going to put these in at 1871 is when these start rolling in. If I can type. We're gonna need a couple more rows. The cat would really like to come in and join the stream. Spawn at the bottom of the door. Fortunately, she's not allowed in here. All right, so we're also going to acquire at this point. We're going to acquire 2 more Americans. We're going to add these in new. So these are all new locomotives when they bought them. So the locomotive 7 and 8, and they're going to be Americans as well. And I'm thinking about using. I'd like to get my hands on, if I can ever find them, a couple of Atlas Americans for this later class.
Excuse me. Didn't mean for that to come out.
Let's add in some builders on here. So, no, add this to left builder. Gosh, where did I have these coming from? Was it Schenectady? Schenectady. I lived in upstate New York for about a year.
Over by Dennis.
Oh yeah, I went to RPI actually for a year. Very, very cool, very expensive.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I never really learned how to pronounce a lot of the names up in upstate New York. I think it's a very rigorous sets of pronunciation, and New Yorkers, of course, New Yorkers are very if you mess up the pronunciation, they will make fun of you, which I think is part of the fun of being in New York. Oh man, I really do miss that kind of like New York sort of Northeast ribbing sort of attitude. It's a lot of fun. Oh goodness, who is this? Who did we get our locomotives from? I had this written down. Might have been said. I had this somewhere. Well, let's just say. I hope I'm spelling that right. I'm gonna actually double check that I'm spelling this right, because this is a place where people live. Yep. Okay. So these are all. These moguls. I can see these are bald ones. Right now they're kind of just trying out different. They're just kind of trying out different classes of locomotives at this point. Different builders. Now, this is the real early days of it's post Civil War, so we've seen railroads in action for about 40 years, but we're really kind of still experimenting with what it means to build a railroad at this point. And the whole nature of railroading changed a lot during the Civil War. I mean, a big part of it's just due to the fact that mechanized. The Civil War was a mechanized war, and having that fully mechanized warfare really changed the way that people used industrial components in warfare. We saw the use of and the sabotage of railroads that would become pretty standard as we got into the into the world wars, all of those periods. Just get a little history going in here. Let's see. He's going to be ex-U.S. Army. Actually, you know what? Let's get these from the. Yeah, let's get these from the U.S. Army is going to be doing all right with it. So when it be hold on to a lot of their stock. So I think these will be. So these are also going to be 1871 acquisitions. And these are going to be ex-CSA locomotives, so Confederate military locomotives. Considering the Confederate military no longer exists at this point, there was still a lot of surplus hanging out. So let's make them. Let's actually make our initial stock. That would make sense. That Schenectady is not going to be producing Confederate locomotives. I don't know a lot of Southern locomotives. I don't know. I'm with that. Yeah, we're going to make new acquisitions for these. So we're going to stick with Baldwin. Baldwin's up in. Yeah, this is part of the fun to me. It's just kind of making all these decisions as we go. Does this make sense? It's like, 5 years later, having these locomotives still being in circulation just doesn't really make a lot of, or 6 years later at this point, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Right.
So maybe the U.S. Army is starting to sell off some other stock. So we'll do ex-U.S. Army. They started to upgrade their equipment, and so the Army selling off some of their surplus. And unfortunately, it's really hard to find a lot of records. Oops, let's double my format. It's really hard to find a lot of records for a lot of these things. In the 19th century, so a lot of it's just guesswork and artistic license.
Right.
I just don't think I really want to have a Confederate locomotive in my fleet, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't really want that legacy hanging around in here.
Right. So I know we're at 25 minutes left.
Yeah.
Just to kind of keep things moving a little bit, not to rush you too much. So about how many, so this first section when the engines are just being numbered in order, about how many engines do you have in total at this point?
We're probably gonna end, so
By the end of the time period when you're actually just numbering them in order of acquisition.
yeah, so that time period really ends in 1894. And
Okay.
history buffs will notice, I'm glad you asked that question, Sam. History buffs will notice that 1894 is the year after the Silver Panic of 1893.
Okay.
So after the Panic of 1870, or 1873 is the Silver Panic. Excuse me. 1873 is the Silver Panic. 1893, the St. Louis, Leadville, and Rosetta goes under in this economic crash. It actually survives the Panic of 1873 pretty well, but the Panic of 1893, the railroad goes bankrupt. And so this is where your reorganization happens. The creditors of the railroad, fortunately, are a lot of local businesses. The original founder is still part of the railroad at this point. It's getting up there in years, and so they decide to reorganize. They sell off a lot of old assets. They scrap a lot. And so by this period, at the end of 1894, is where you start to get into your classification of, you start to classify your locomotives by motive power. And that's going to be our era 2. So by the end of era 1, we've probably had about 20 locomotives roll in and out of the slot. Not all of them survive, of course, to the end of that period. It's a small railroad, but it grows pretty well even despite the adverse economic conditions after 1873. So we're probably going to be sitting around like 20, 21 locomotives. So we'll finish flushing that out up until that point.
Okay.
So the next one I want to get into, the number 10 here. Let's go back down here. The number 10 is going to be these new tooling Bachmann 10-wheelers.
Okay.
And I'm really excited about these. I actually have 2 pre-ordered right and I'm probably going to put 4 of them in my roster here. So 10 through 13.
Right, you have
naturally,
most of them, but they're not like all of them going to be owned by models. They're only going to be partly represented.
Yeah, considering I don't really have the economic wherewithal to, and I want to model other eras too. I don't want to have 20 locomotives from one era. It'd be cool if I could, but it's just, opportunity cost. That's money that could be spent modeling the 1890s up to 1918 or, the Depression period, or even the what's it called? I do have plans to model this as a tourist railroad. Starts back up in the end of the 90s, 1990s. I love railroading because you have to specify when you're talking about decades. You have to specify what century you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 90s. You're referring fully to the 1890s.
Yeah.
But so I'm planning on having just broad strokes. So I'll focus. Thank you for keeping me on track.
Yeah.
Somebody had to.
Well, I should have been doing it a lot more, and I wasn't, so I apologize.
That's okay. Like I said, we're just kind of chatting here today, and having fun, just talking about history and
Yeah. So
and
real
fictional
quick on these
stories.
460s. So these purchased? You said in the 1880s.
Yeah, I'm gonna say these are maybe like 1875. So
Okay.
the year. So I'm planning on modeling. I'm planning on modeling the about 1876. I can't remember exactly when the Pacific Railroad switches over to standard gauge. I think it's maybe 1871.
Okay.
From broad gauge. But there is a period that I would like to try to model where the where there's an interchange between broad gauge, standard gauge, and narrow gauge, so that I can have 3 gauges sitting all on one track. I think that'd be really cool, just to have 3 gauges all on one layout.
Right. Yeah. Our buddy over at Happy Valley Hobbies would know a lot about that.
Oh yeah, I know he does some broad gauge work, which is and I think he does 6-foot broad gauge.
Yes, he does Erie 6-foot. But
Which
anyway.
there's not a that's all custom as it gets. So that's going to be all custom gauge, like gauging equipment and scratch built locomotives or modified locomotives. Cool stuff.
Yeah. So
Shout out to Happy Valley Hobbies. That's just cool stuff.
Anyway.
So, but we're sticking with all standard gauge here. I'm going to get 4 of these Bachmann old timers that we're picking up as 1875. Now these are really cool. These are DCC and sound equipped out of the box, which is kind of a solid wow for N scale steam. There's N scale small steam. I don't think we've ever had a DCC sound. What's it called? A new DCC sound 19th century locomotive.
No, we haven't.
Or like early 19th century. I'm sure we've had some. Yeah, I think you could. I think you could push those consolidations into the end of the 19th century, but pre-panic of
Yeah. Right.
yeah,
So,
the
okay.
1870 days.
All right.
So
Yeah.
these 10-wheelers, I'm really excited for these. Like I said, I have 2 pre-ordered. So I'm actually going to put in bold the numbers here.
Just because they're more proposed ones or upcoming ones.
Yeah, these are, well, I'm going to put the ones in bold that I actually own.
Okay.
And then maybe the ones in italics here of ones that I'm planning on acquiring. I'd like to acquire all.
Right.
I'd like to acquire all 4 of the original locomotives. So I've got numbers 1 through 4. I already own number 1 here.
Okay.
But I'd like to have a run of 1 through 4, and some of these might be pretty custom later on. I have some plans in the works for building some mechanisms, and so some of these locomotives may end up being some custom work, just bespoke for my railroad, really one of a kind. But that's aspirational, not yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to get at least one of these Atlas. Old time locomotives. I'm also going to highlight them.
Now, just to keep things moving, do you I know some of the patterns of these. Does your railroad end up getting any of the old time style 060s or 280s?
Well, the old time 280s are a little hard to find.
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't really seen any of them. I sure would like some, but those are probably going to have to be scratch or custom built.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Excuse me, that was loud. Just my chair shifting.
I didn't hear it, but anyway.
Oh, that's good. Let's see.
But do you have the idea that they would eventually be on the roster towards the end of the towards the 1890s?
Yeah, so I have some like late 1800s plans here. Let me switch back to my camera here. I want to talk about
because we only got word down to 15 minutes.
Other level. That's all right. I don't plan on finishing this on the stream today.
Well, something like this would be really cool as a lecture for something else at some point.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can always do this in our server. If anyone's watching that's not part of our Discord server, I highly recommend checking out the Model Train for People Discord server.
Oh,
Just what an awesome community. Just some of the nicest railroad folks. Especially on a hobby where you can kind of get where people can get a little persnickety. I've never seen anything like that here. So let's talk a little bit about late 19th century. This is still going to be before reorganization. This is gosh, who makes this? Is this MRC? I think this is MRC. It doesn't really have any markings on it that would indicate. I think this is either MRC or Roundhouse or MDC, excuse me, model diecast. And this is a little tender drive. It was originally a mogul. You can see where the pilot truck used to live. But I got it like this, and the little hook for the pilot truck, unfortunately, had come off and was unable to repair it. So it's kind of remained an 060. I may end up pulling this pilot in a few inches, or well, a few scale inches.
That could be a Bachmann, because Bachmann has one that looks very, very similar to that, but it might not be as well.
It's not a Bachmann, I know that for sure. Okay. It's either model diecast or Roundhouse.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's one of those two.
And it's definitely not a model power, because model powers are a bit more modern looking.
Yeah, it's not a model power. I would like some of those model power ones. I lost an auction last night for a model power one that I really by like $3 at the last second. I had a gut feeling I should have bid 56 and no dice. But I have another one coming up today, so we'll see. And that'll be more for my late era. But these are really cool. There's a class of Denver Rio Grande locomotive that this really reminds me of, the mogul.
Okay, it's actually I think it might actually be an Athern.
Athearn?
Yeah, MDC. But
Yeah,
yes,
NBC. Yeah,
Athearn
NBC.
MDC.
Yeah, Athearn ended up producing. Yeah, right.
But you
Thank you.
are correct. It's MDC.
Yeah, model diecast. Yep.
Yes, so you are right on that. Okay. So anyway.
So anyway, so this is a nice little tender drive locomotive, and I just love the detail on this
Oh,
thing.
they are tender
It's
drive?
just, it sure is. Yep, you can see the drive shaft in there. That
Okay.
drive shaft is giving me a little problems on. I have a micro layout that's got 6-inch radius curves, and so that drive shaft is giving me a little bit of whoa. I've had some derailments with this thing.
I'm trying to see those gears on the tender.
Let's see, here, really see the gears. You can see the drive shaft pretty
Right,
decently.
I see that. Or like, okay, so the motor. Oh, I see. So the motor is in the tender, and then it goes into the locomotive.
Exactly, and so then you have all the gearing and tooling inside the locomotive. Which I've opened up once before to give it a good clean. It's very packed in there. There's not really any room for a motor.
So with these
it's also a very heavy locomotive.
Right.
So
these would be some 260s that the railroad's probably getting right around the time of reorganization.
well, actually, I think that this one might end up as a one-off for the line. We buy this guy here, and this ends up as a really nice little yard goat. It's originally a 260, and for, this is like in like story lore here.
Right.
They originally get as a 260, and the new guy wrecks the pilot truck day one.
Oh boy.
And so they end up having to pull the pilot truck off. They're like, we'll rebuild it, and it just never gets done. And this just kind of ends up getting relegated to yard work. Because it's a really hefty little boiler on this frame here.
And looking at it that way, it almost makes me think that the pilot is almost like it would be a little front heavy.
Yeah. And I actually really like the look of it as an 060. Now, they make a few of these. I think they make a consolidation as well. It's also a tender drive. And I've seen those before. I had the pleasure of getting to double head with one of those on our club layout. One of the younger members of our club picked up the consolidation version of this, and we ran a little double header with a 060 and a 280 around on the club layout. That was a big hit. So I think I'm going to leave this as kind of a little yard goat. Just doing the switching work. You can see that coupler on the front still needs to be converted, and I'm going to bring the whole pilot in a little bit. I made up 3D printing myself a new pilot for this. The one it comes with is fine, and I don't see any visual problems, but I think it would just be kind of a fun design challenge. Sorry, my camera keeps misfocusing.
That's fine.
Autofocuses just aren't great. But there's some room in the tender for a decoder if you're brave.
Yeah.
And it actually wouldn't be too hard to convert to, just a mobile decoder. I'm not going to try to put sound in this thing. There's only because there's no space for a speaker. But it's got this big old flat pack 5-pole motor. And this thing just runs like a dream. I was really impressed with this when I got it. I got this at the what's it called, the MVNS show in I believe it's in Collinsville. No, that would be the one in West County, St. Louis, St. Charles. Either way, love this little locomotive. One of my favorite runners. So we're probably going to get a couple of moguls by the end of the 19th century. That are these more modern moguls. But I would really like, my goal is to have a lot of DCC and sound. I have one DCC sound locomotive here. My what's it called? My Broadway Limited mogul or Mikado. It's a little light Mikado. And I just love it. It's just incredible to. It's just such an incredible difference when you come from just all DC everything to have all these different features that you can play with and make sounds with. And I've always had the idea that eventually I would get into DCC, but I gotta a Digitrax system for a very good price. And so my jump to DCC was a lot earlier than I thought it would be. I thought I'd be another 2 or 3, even 5 years off before I started doing DCC, but
Right.
here we are. Life has a way of surprising you.
Well, fortunately, some DCC locomotives are able to run on DC. You just need to give them a little bump of power.
Oh yeah, the this one is a dual mode decoder. So this one eventually is going to get a new decoder in it, and once I finish this conversion, this guy's next. I really like this. I just picked this up. I hate to say it, I got this on Amazon. But it's just a little USRA design. It's called 06, so it's probably going to be the replacement for that Mogul once it comes in. Like these would, we're getting into a different era here, but these would be 2 of these replace that that Mogul's job.
Okay.
At the beginning of the USRA period. It's probably about a 1919 acquisition.
Okay, yeah, because those look more like the USRA design.
Yeah, and that other one, USRA 060, and these are just your standard Bachmann. I really need to get something to cover these. Just a little printed panel would be so nice just to cover that up. They look so bad.
Right. Yeah, I know what
But
you mean.
other than that, I actually really like these. They run all right. This one's got a little bit of a misalignment on that steam. You can see the cylinders don't line up there. But we can fix that. That's all easy to do. These shift forward and backwards. Yeah. They're not attached to the frame. And so once I figure out how to put DCC sound in that one, I'm going to put it in the center as well. But we'll see. I need to get into some etchant work to make some custom panel or to make some custom electrical connections for these. And that's going to take some work. I tried to do that with this guy with a little red cab window. Now, something too is as we're wrapping up. First off, I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in today.
Yes, thank you.
I was really excited to do this. I've been waiting months for Train-A-Thon. I'm really grateful to be part of this. Raising money for charity, talking about trains, and I could spend another 2 hours probably just telling stories from working on the railroad, which I think maybe next year I ought to make just a segment of working on the railroad all the long day.
Yeah, that would actually be fun.
Yeah, I think that'll be my next year's segment. I just kind of wanted to get into something where I don't feel too on the spot. I have something to look at other than my face.
Hey, real quick, we have another increase in our donations. We are now at 220.
Oh, awesome!
Let's see here real quick.
Great
just
to
so
see.
I can see here. It was another anonymous donation.
There you go. Well, thank you, Anonymous.
Yes, thank you very, very much. We are now at 32% of the first 700 raised.
There you go. We just need a little bump to get past that first 33%. Who wants to help bump us up? Even just a little $5 donation, anything helps,
Yeah. If you can afford a cup of coffee every day, you can afford to give a small donation.
Absolutely.
So, yep. So.
All right. Who's our next segment coming up?
So Dennis is going to be doing most of the next 5 hours, although we do have Billy and Danny Brown coming in from the Rail Brothers and Stack Talk podcast to do a little 1 hour segment.
Awesome.
Halfway through that, or like midway through that and everything. So yeah, but will be more of Dennis doing Dennis stuff as we usually see him on his stream. So yeah.
Who's got our overnight segment?
The overnight segment's just gonna be a little playlist that Dennis is gonna stream off of his computer. That's just a replaying of videos from our community on YouTube.
Cool.
And then I'll be taking over first thing in the morning, probably around 6 or 7 o'clock or sometime around then. and we will go from there. Hopefully, I'll be able to have some of this stuff better sorted out by then. I'd hope.
Sounds good. Next
So-
year, if we can find a weekend other than daylight savings time.
Yeah, well, I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's my bad. I was.
Yeah, I didn't realize
yeah.
it until
Well,
later. But
what happened is we were originally gonna plan this towards the end of February.
Right.
And unfortunately, a couple of things happened right
Mhm.
then, and we weren't able to do that. It's also part of the reason why none of the podcast episodes have been posted since November.
Right.
We just like I've had one episode recorded and ready to go, and then stuff happened, and
Yep.
yeah, so we're still trying to get back into the swing of things and get everything moving, but yeah.
Well, here we are,
so,
getting the swing of it.
yeah, so we'll see how everything goes, and yeah, it's just we ended up just not being able to do anything. So
That's fair. Next year, if we do some, if we do some more, if we do it on a weekend, it's not daylight savings time. I can get the time off. Unfortunately, daylight savings, I have to. We're doing the changeover on all of our train's computer equipment.
right, yeah. So.
Which is a bit of an adventure. And of course it's on the weekends, so we have reduced staff on the weekends.
Right.
For mechanic, and so on a non-daylight savings time, I can get a day off, and I'd love to do the overnight stuff. I'll probably just, and hopefully in a year's time, I'll have some track work, and I can do some scenery work, and I can do some running some trains on my layout that I think I had committed to planning